going to get that thing. Well, got to do it eventually. All right, let me set this up. I still need to make like a weight screen. I think I still have one somewhere. You know what? I'm gonna go look here in a second. 'Cause I think I can. You know what? As a matter of fact, just put an overlay in like just right here. Image, yeah, just an image right here. Yeah, there we go. It'll kind of go over everything. I can get this in here. I was gonna find out. Let's see if we still got it. Yeah, we got some. That's really cool. Alright, hold on. We gotta. Remember what it'd be. What it'd be under. We used to have a kind of a standby screen. I remember I made it myself. Hold on a second. Picture is awesome. Let me see if I can make it fit. Let me see if I can make it fit. Don't do that. Me. That. You know what? That's good enough. We'll let the game play in the. Just while we're waiting to. I can just leave that on there. Love that. That's one of my favorite things. Alright, well, we're just going to leave that there. Because I can just, I can just hide it if I want to. Know what I'm saying? Alright, sorry. Let me get serious. Man, that was so cool. That's fine. That's good enough. I can cover the whole screen, but it's awesome. Can't get a laugh out of that, then, well, you probably can't laugh. Alright, I've got to, I gotta go set all the settings. That'll work. All right. You can just hide that if you want to. All right. Anyway, all right. I'm done messing around with that. Everyone, don't do that. Me, that. Oh, we got the fire staff. So, what's happening, guys? It's my Friday now. Well, technically Saturday because it's after midnight. Unless I get called into work, though, should have the next 2 or 3 days off. There should be a codex over here. Codex, whatever. I think.
Smash him good! Get back! Now roll! There! Aim for the throat! Must finish this. We walk away.
Thud, thud,
These
thunk,
streets should be safe
clank,
at night.
thud, thud, clank, thunk. Yeah, these guys are immune to fire. They're immune to nature too. Think of it. Not immune to spirit though. I do like the blade on this sword. Blades are, I mean, it's a typical katana blade. Just the handle looks ridiculous to me.
Why,
Good
hello
morning,
there.
everybody.
Remember me? Your uncle still owes us. But I figure, why bleed a stone? You've done so well, after all.
I've done so well because I've carved my way through half of Kirkwall. You really want to cross me?
You spurned my offer, and lost us some serious coin. I intend to take what you owe, with interest.
Damn.
Go for the face!
I got one!
Get back!
When's the fighting start? The odds are starting to get bored.
Yeah, bitch. Okay, I'm tired of this bitch getting away with this.
Deal with this.
How many of you got, Hawk?
How many free backstabs does she get off? Like 5? enough of that. Garbage. All right, back to the fire. Got to do a lot of staff changing through here.
Market's closed.
I guess soon as we get Anders, we immediately go get Meryl through the bone pit. By then, the whatchamacallit should be unlocked. The Talvashoth Caverns.
That's enough! Me, I stand for all of us. I'll kill you! Go for the face! How about you? It's gonna take you!
I wish Evelyn would just get the fuck away from me. Trying to get me to hit her.
One more for me. We're keeping score, right? Somebody help me!
See, now that's how your ranged characters are supposed to be. Way back there somewhere. Just snipe from a distance and don't run in there and try to get yourself killed. When you're in small box rooms, that's when the AI just sometimes just loses its mind. It has no idea what to do. You'll see Varric just running back and forth like this. Any one of these things can have money, extra potions is pretty common. Shit, even gear. Find a staff randomly and to be like the best staff in the whole game. At that point, you'll be like, holy crap. Should only be one more mob. Get Anders and the mobs will be back out here again. That's the thing. Don't necessarily want to finish off the night mobs in this area yet. I mean, we could, technically.
Calm at the moment. Has its troubles.
I really dig this shield.
Get back! One last you're pitiful! Give up now! There! Now you fall! I'll go with this. Aim for the... How about you?
The cries. How much money we got? not hang on to that. Oh, we already got the respec potions for both of them. All right, RPG, what's up, man? Oh, yeah, been a long time. Somebody on Twitch managed to finally set it up to draw enough heat on my channel to get me banned on Twitch. Which, you know, can't blame anybody but myself, I guess, essentially, for, I don't know. Anyway, drew a bunch of heat on it, and then, I mean, like the ban just came all within kind of like a stream. Basically one particular stream. And, it was set up. I know a couple people that were involved in that because they were, like, sabotaging the stream. They were, like, sending private messages. I mean, I don't know. And I don't know exactly who it was, so... coming over here, YouTube works different, so they'd have to try a little harder, I think, to do some shit like that again, but... It is what it is. Does it? I don't know, man. Because I don't know who it was, so... Yeah. Of all the evil shit people just try to do to other people because their little fucking woke ass feelings are hurt and stuff. I don't even give a fuck, really. I don't care about their feelings. I don't. If I did, I'd be a bad person, so I just don't. But I do kind of regret the fact that you put some time and effort into something and do it for a long time, and somebody, instead of just saying, I don't like you, I'm not gonna spend any time here anymore. I don't like you, I don't want to listen to you, I don't care about you, fuck off. Okay, well, if that's my attitude, I leave, right? I don't just try to sit in your house and trespass and then just try to do messed up stuff from you, you know what I mean? Oh, hey, AIM. Oh, thanks, man. Holy crap. Hey, oh, it actually worked. I'm not getting the sound for it though. All right, I need to work that out because that's like a Twitch thing. Hey, thanks, man. Oh shit. Well, I don't know if it's always the good fight. Sometimes we just stream and we piss around and, you know, do stuff and this and that and blah blah blah. But you know, hey, I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, you know, yeah. I really appreciate that. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Support. Oh, you heard it on your end? Really? Okay. Was it too loud? Was it like, or anything? I don't know if I can go in there and adjust it. Or was it just, you know, it's supposed to, I forget exactly. I think it's supposed to be like a little, oh, game music vibe. Well, yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, yeah, doing that and talking about stuff. And I always just can't stand the whole idea that you can't just talk about whatever. You know what I mean? Now, if you get hateful in a kind of way, like, okay, for example, let's say we're just talking about, let's say something comes up in a game. I don't know, it could be anything. It could be a political thing, it could be a racial thing, it could be a whatever. Headset. Oh, you have a headset, then that's cool because it's gonna be loudest in a headset. All right, that's friggin' awesome. All right, well, good to know. And I thanks for the support. Really appreciate the help. That's fantastic. Because, yeah, well, you know, there was, you know what? I'm gonna actually tell you some of the messages because some of the people these messages were sent to are actually still friends of mine, right? So, nice. And they said that these private messages that were sent, like anybody, like they would sit there and literally patrol my stream for hours. Because sometimes we stream 6, 8, 10, 12 hours. We've done 24-hour streams. We've done a 30-hour stream once. Anyway, I think that was like literally just once though. I'm a little too old for all the marathons every other day type thing. But anyway, So they were actually sending messages to viewers. If a viewer like cheered some bits or something, like let's say we killed a boss in like 5 seconds and somebody was like, oh man, that's the shit right there. And so they cheer like 100 bits. They cheer like $1, right? $1. And not that that's a small deal. That's great. Anybody doing anything at all, that's out of their kindness. It's what you would call a tip or a gratuity. As far as I'm concerned, it's just support, or it's just, I like this streamer and I want this streamer to keep streaming. So here's a little bit for beer or the electric bill or the internet bill or whatever, you know, like this type of thing, right? It's just common sense shit. It's nothing new. Everybody does that on every stream, and you know, that's the type of thing. This person was sending messages to other viewers if they cheered or supported, or fuck, if they even followed, and saying, you shouldn't follow this dude. He does this and he hates you for that, and he disrespects this, and all he cares about is that and this and that and blah blah blah. And you know, I don't know, whatever, you know. Just I know I'm hearing it third person type thing. But I know this was going down. This was happening anyway. So I didn't get to read all that stuff. I just know that's what's happening. So people who would majorly support the channel would just disappear out of nowhere. And I had no idea why. Because nothing was different. You know, if it's like, well, you know, I've supported the channel and that's what I'm going to do. And I'd be like, okay, I appreciate it. But at least you're hanging out. And so, okay, well whatever. You know, one way or the other, it's you know, what's supposed to be is going to be. It's not, I don't know. Anyway, like I don't sit there and ban people and block people and do this and that because they don't subscribe and they don't do this. And that's what I consider worrying about that type of stuff. We've never streamed for that. If we streamed for that, I would have either stopped a long time ago, or I'd be so commercial I'd be playing games that I don't even fucking like. Just because it'd be popular and I could get enough viewers. I never even got partnered. And I streamed on Twitch for almost 10 fucking years and I never even got partnered. So obviously I wasn't doing it for that. But anyway, that's what went around. And then eventually it was like, well, they couldn't get me like that because I was still streaming. If there was 3 people here, or if there was 30 people here. And very rarely was there ever even 30 people here. Right? So we're never a big streamer. Why would you even worry about me, right? And even so, they were patrolling my stream and contacting Twitch and fucking writing like in-depth reports and sending emails and shit to Twitch, doing all this stuff. And then finally, eventually, I guess somebody monitored something and I said something that they could deem, you know, hateful or whatever. And I'll tell you what was said that night. And honestly, this is what was said. Now, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly what was said, but this is the gist of it. It's if a bunch of people, specifically of a specific religious culture, where their book tells them to kill me, and they strap a bunch of explosives to themselves, and their intent is to blow themselves and me up, maybe they could just go off into a room by themselves and just blow themselves the fuck up and leave all the innocent people alone. Hey, the only way they're going to feel better, feel that they've fulfilled their heavenly goal of going to heaven, and I said this too, raping or molesting a bunch of underage virgins, about 72 of them each, right? For eternity, and that's your vision of heaven. I don't respect that. Never will. If you're a child molester, a spiritual child molester, or a real child molester, fuck you. And if somebody has a problem with that, I don't care. And B, if you want to murder me for whatever it is you think you're doing, because you're just unhappy with your economic status and your third world shithole that you're running from, so you come here and rape our children, rape our women, and want to blow me up. Because you really just hate everything, apparently. Go into a room by yourself and blow yourself the fuck up. It's what they're doing. It's an observation. It's not a criticism. It's not a discrimination. It's just an observation. It's what they're fucking doing. Well, if you're going to do that, just go do it by yourself. Go do it to each other. In a room, a closed room, a bomb-proof room, so you can just blow yourselves the fuck up, and then you won't be here anymore, and maybe we won't get blown the fuck up because you don't exist anymore. If that's just what you have to do. I mean, isn't that shit getting old? Now that Trump's around, it's happening less, but still, over in Europe, that shit is like, it's like a disease over in Europe. And that's kind of what brought it up, because there was a couple European friends in chat. We're kind of talking about the state of affairs where literally women and boys and girls cannot walk the street And if they get attacked, raped, even murdered, if you say anything about it, you could potentially go to jail. Okay, that's the kind of wokeism that America really hasn't achieved yet. Because, well, there's Americans that just won't stand for it because we do still have guns. So, you know, I mean, that's it. That's all. At what point in any of that did I say anything that, like, literally, they banned me for, like, life, globally. Like, I think if I even tried to start another channel on Twitch and build it from scratch, which would be, it would be a project, it'd be an adventure, whatever, I'd still get attacked by the same people using the same thing, you know, and so that, you know, that wouldn't last long, and I, you know, I'm not, you know, whatever. Like, if the whole platform doesn't want me there, if I said something that really was bad at some point, streaming almost every day, I don't know, anywhere from 30 to 100 hours a week, weekly for about a decade, at some point I said something that was bad. I pissed somebody off, I did somebody wrong, said shit that if I heard it back to myself, I would be embarrassed for it, because I'm human, and damn, if you're going to talk that much and stream that much and do that much, at some point you're going to suck, right? At some point I'm going to just fuck up completely and be like, oh my God, if I could just take that back, I would. Of course I have. Who hasn't? If you're going to do the same thing all day, every day. Do you ever go to your job and your manager never, ever has a single thing to ever say to you, not once, ever, for 10 years? No, sorry, man. No, eventually something, right? If it's not a stupid mistake, it's going to be a really big blunder or something, right? So, I mean, I get that. And if it's an organized effort to get rid of me, well, once you finally do, that's fine. I'll go. Cool thing is, we're over here, and guess what? This is where all my videos are, too. And my videos have been here for more than 10 years. I think my channel is 12 years old this month. You know, some of these videos go way back. Some of these videos go back to where all I had was a little digital camera and a tripod that I bought for $5 from Walmart. I had no money. I had nothing. But I had a video game console and I had a TV, and I'd point the camera at the TV to where you couldn't see the edge of the TV within the frame. And I would just record, and I would yell really fucking loud until I figured out how to work on audio a little bit, you know. And then eventually got a capture card, really, really cheap. The best quality, cheapest capture card I could find, and I got it at Fry's. And we don't even have Fry's anymore here. But we did then. And, you know, shit like that, right? And, dude, they're so old, like some of that shit was recorded, like, literally with a camera. I don't think the New Vegas one was. I think the New Vegas one, I had my capture card then. But, like, anything Fallout 3, like the how to fix the roof glitch, if I sound like I'm straining, I am. I'm yelling at the camera so it can hear me, so it can record audio. I had no mic, and I didn't even have any knowledge on how to work all that stuff yet. But I did have a way to finally just turn it into a file and upload it to YouTube, and starting the channel with that type of stuff, and really kind of enjoyed it, because I'm like, I see people sharing games, but what I don't see people doing most of the time is sharing games that actually have a passion or even a knowledge of the games that they're sharing. I get the whole hype is I'm going to go say enough about this game because it's a new game. That's going to be all the clickbait I need to get a whole bunch of views and subscribers and make a shit ton of money on YouTube. But how about actually digging into the game and talking about the, you know, not just the aesthetics of the game, but the basic, you know, elements of the game, principles, combat, mechanics, this and that, blah, blah, whatever the game involves, you know, getting off into that. And I had a few games that I played so much that I figured, fuck, I know a little bit about this. These games are still relevant. At least they're still relevant to me. So what was it really supposed to be about? It's like, this is what I like to play. Let's sit on the couch, eat some fucking Doritos, drink some beer or Mountain Dew, and play this. That was the whole idea. And talk about this shit. Like, I don't know, fans, you know, of like Star Trek fans or Star Wars fans. Just gather up, dress up if you want to, and just talk about Star Wars shit. and test each other's knowledge by throwing out names and throwing out locations and throwing out this and throwing out little hidden secret facts about the movies that nobody else probably knows and shit like this, you know, and just throwing that off each other because you're all fans of that shit. Why should it be any different than that? Why does it have to be, well, I'm playing this brand new game, guys, and I'm doing the thing because there's a thing to do, and I have a thing because they give you a thing to put in the thing, and that's my death sorcerer, vampire, assassin, paladin build. No, motherfucker. You played the game 6 months before it came out because you got some special cheesy fucking agreement with the developer, right? And you recorded a bunch of videos, and then at a certain date on release, you could release all those videos before anyone else could, and then claim that you know something that nobody else knows. Of course they don't. They just booted their game up. But you, after fucking 60 hours of recording videos just so you could get 1 million more subscribers and $1 million off YouTube, don't know shit about the game anymore than you would if you played it for another 1,000 hours. Because you, motherfucker, are an idiot. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to the YouTubers that make build videos, and they're dumb as a box of dead zombie dicks infected with AIDS and syphilis. They're just that stupid. They don't care about the game, so I'm not going to respect it. You know, don't have to name names. You know what they are. You've seen them yourself. You don't know any more about the game after watching 3 or 4 videos of their shit than you did before. You literally know as much as you did before you even opened your game up and put it in your console or booted it up on Steam. True story? But that got millions, and that kind of clickbait just works. Well, I just refuse to do that. No. Just always just, I don't know. Some point you just get kind of just an MO. This is just how we do shit, and this is how we talk, and this is what we do, and, you know, and that's it. Doesn't have to be real complicated. And it was never popular. I still don't really see how someone could be so vehement to do like a Nazi fucking SS hunt on me. Like, you know, you need just one more body for the concentration camp type shit. Leave me the fuck alone. If you don't like what I say on Twitch, fuck off. But you're going to go through the trouble of writing emails and these organized complaints and actually contacting, you know, Twitch and saying, this person needs to be banned because they hurt my woke feelings. Really? And if Twitch is going to go for it, then more power to them. Whatever. That's just as lame and pathetic and useless. If there was ever a stand to get a medal or a trophy, they will never, ever be on it with that kind of focus in their life on doing something to somebody who doesn't even fucking matter. God, after all that time and those hours, I guarantee you, I had more time and hours in streaming on Twitch, coinciding with being the smallest channel ever in the history of Twitch to have streamed that much and for that long. To have the smallest followership, if you will. I would believe if somebody told me that, damn, you stream longer and more than anybody, and you have the smallest following that we've ever seen. You know what? I would believe you. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Because we had a great community and some cool people, but one or two of those people that I really thought was cool and really old school and been down for the cause for years and years, no, actually they weren't. Actually, they helped get me banned from Twitch. Globally. And if it's something I said, well, whatever. And if what I said was the truth and I got banned for it, I'm 100% cool with that. I just don't want to get banned for making, you know, doing something really derogatory and fucked up, according to the truth. Like anybody can, any woke person will say, if you tell the truth, you're derogatory, fucked up, and you need to be murdered. But the truth is the truth. So if I said something really fucked up according to the truth, right? I hope I hurt every woke person that ever exists, their feelings to the point that they really do want to kill me. I hope I did. That means I spoke the truth. I'm cool with that. But I hope I didn't do something that was legitimately bad, wrong, or evil, or say something that was intrinsically, whether I meant it or not, regardless. I mean, you got to watch your words, right? Because you're streaming, you're being public, you're online. So I get that. So if I did do something legitimately wrong, I'm sorry for that. And I would take it back and I would apologize. But if I just got banned for like honestly telling the truth, just telling it really, really harshly, even violently or vehemently, but it was still the truth, I'm 100% cool with that. Anyway, so that's that bullshit, but... No, yeah, I mean, yeah, the following was, I mean, yeah, over years and years and years. Did even 99% of those people, like, legitimately follow, like, constantly keep up and come in streams? I mean, somebody would drop in a stream that you hadn't seen in, like, 2 or 3 years and say, hey, long time no see. They're busy. Life happens. They got married. They had kids. They moved. You know, they've got a new thing. They've, you know, I don't know, military. They've gone into a government job. They're doing shit. Okay, that happens. But if while you weren't doing all that shit and you spent your time, your entertainment time or your downtime hanging out with us on chat, I always took that as a compliment. I'd be like, oh, you're spending your time here instead of doing the eternal amount of other shit you could be doing right now, but you're doing this? Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, I'll take that. 100% I'll take that. Even just one person. And if that's supposed to be expected, well, I don't think you guys are commodities. I don't think any human being is just a garbage piece of meat. No, anybody's time is worth as much, if not more, than mine. So if somebody wants to spend it here, someone should appreciate that. And if you ever lose sight of that, you're just going to be a garbage influencer anyway. You're shallow, you're pathetic, you're part of the world, and, you know, you're worth less than trash at that point, even if you make it millions of dollars a day. I don't care. It'd be nice to have, but not at that cost. Not at that cost. Yeah, I mean, like, seriously. Yeah, I don't have Gucci and shit like that, but I got some clothes to wear when I get to heaven. There's a lot of people that can't say that. They don't have a single thread to cover their bare ass. So, even with their millions or billions of dollars and their all that stuff. So, you know, there is that. Something more to look forward to than, I don't know, internet popularity, I guess. Anyway, well, I guess we got to go get this guy. You notice, I don't mind talking to you guys for another hour because I want to put off actually dealing with this thing. Anders is woke 15 years before, well, 10 years before woke was, before it was even a thing. It was back in these days, and I actually put it in the description of this stream because I went back and looked at an old stream because I was doing some editing or something. Anyway, I went and saw something, and I'm like, wow, I remember that shit. I think it was like a comment came up on it recently that, you know, it's like an 8-year-old stream or an 8 or 10-year-old stream or some shit like that. So I go and look at it, and I look down in the details, and it was some stuff that was like really, really important 8, 10, 11 years ago. And I remember one comment I made back then was, if you are a dude wearing a man bun working as a barista at Starbucks or some shit like that, right? And you do what you say what you're told to say, and you hate me for saying what I say because Hillary told you to, then this stream is going to offend you. And I looked at that and I said, well, I can say one thing. We haven't changed in the last 10, 11 years. I'm cool with that. So yeah, I actually copy pasted it in the details on this stream, and hopefully it carries over into any other stream we do while we're on YouTube, and I don't know, until we get banned from here too, or, you know, whatever. I think that was pretty cool. That was there, and I read it, and I remember.
I saw Carl go inside a few minutes ago.
Remember what we were thinking back then, and
no Templars
it's
so
no different.
far. Are you ready?
I'm kind of proud of that, actually, to be honest. And if it gets us in trouble, well, it's the right kind of trouble. You're going to get in trouble with evil people for doing the right thing or saying the right thing or just essentially just hating evil. I think I was asked on, while I was booting the stream up, getting ready to start the stream, I saw a question on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and it was, and you know, it was bait, right? It was just one of those bait tweets, and it was, name one thing that offends a liberal. And one person said a man. I thought that was funny. And then I said the truth. Like literally the truth. What's one thing that offends a liberal? The truth. It offends every core of their being because they don't have any of that. Everything they stand on is literally Destructive, violent, hateful, the opposite, or a perversion of the truth. In every sense of the word, politically, economically, spiritually, morally, ethically, socially, personally, family, every bit of it. They can't even let the little boys be boys and the little girls be girls. They got to go chop shit and turn shit inside out and rearrange shit and chemically castrate and do all kinds of fucked up shit. Am I wrong? That's the truth. What's the one thing that offends a liberal or a woke person? The truth. Some people say Christianity. That's the truth. Like literally the truth. And everything about it, including the law and spiritual principles and common sense, conviction, conscience, awareness, decency, love, compassion, understanding. I mean, you can just go on. Patience, etc., etc. They don't seem to have any of it. Like at all. They don't display any of it. I can't judge them saying, well, you know, they're just absent of truth and they just all need to be destroyed. Their actions need to be destroyed. And they do a lot of things that are worthy of physical judgment. Right? Like a murderer can be forgiven, but you still need to execute that motherfucker. Send him on. He forfeited his right to life. Same with rapists, kidnappers, pimps, dope dealers, sex traffickers. They're all kind of in line with each other anyway, because all those things are associated with all those things. Traitors, execute them. They forfeited their right to life by risking or taking the lives of others. That's it, that's all. It's not that hard. And saying shit like that, if that gets you banned, well, yeah. YouTube, yeah, I mean, freedom of speech is like really still in place to a point. Now, they could push me to the back burner and not let our stream get any exposure. Like they could hide this from you to where you'd have to go through like 8 different things to even know that I'm even here. They'd even turn your notifications off. They could do all types of stuff like that. As far as just straight up banning me as start as coming in and monitoring or something. Now, you literally have to like do some physical, and the visual stuff is more important on YouTube. Although it's really supposed to be that way on Twitch too. But Twitch really monitors both. You know, the physical, like things you see, not just sexually gratifying stuff, but like, you know, violence and so on and so forth and certain things. But then again, some people can hide 10,000 times more violent acts, right? In like some little subgenre of Twitch and sit there with even like, you know, ISIS stuff and this and that and blah, 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 and who knows what else, and Palestinian stuff and whatever, and promote, you know, death to just whoever, and hide behind some kind of religious right or some kind of speech right? To where you come in and you just say, well, hey, murdering evil is murdering evil. Oh, you can't say that because you might be referring to the murdering evil. So you're a racist. Well, I wasn't talking about a race. Now you're a fucking communist too. Wait, you're a communist for doing all this. Oh, now you're whatever. Oh, I'm a Nazi now. But Nazis basically are communist socialists. Oh my God, you arguing with us. That means you're from the right and you're an extremist. No, I'm just calling hateful evil. You can't do that. I can just be hateful evil though, as long as it's towards good people. Oh, I get it. That's the rules. You can be hateful evil towards good people believing the truth and talking honest, truthful, moral things. As long as you're hating them, it's okay. But as soon as you call evil out for evil, shit, I guess they're backing that because they ban the fucking shit out of you. So, there you go. YouTube, not really so much. There's certain things you could show on YouTube, and even then, honestly, as long as it's under adult, I mean, they can take down your video and this and that, and if it doesn't have a copyright infraction, you can break the community guidelines to a certain point that they can suspend you. They did that to us, actually. They took an adult stream, because we did like a really dirty, gritty Fallout. Like everything was like dirty and gritty, and not just sexual stuff or whatever, or, you know, moments of nudity and this and that, blah, blah, blah. But Like the Raider corpses looked like, you know, the Raider torture victims, the torture rape victims from Raiders and stuff, like really kind of looked like that. And a lot of areas were more downgraded. A lot of mods went in there, and they couldn't really take me down for anything I was saying or doing. So what they did was they shut my stream down. It just shut down out of nowhere. And so I was allowed to refresh the stream and boot it back up. They changed all of my settings on my stream. So as soon as I booted it back up like that, within 15 minutes, my entire stream and my streaming, my channels, they didn't do anything to my channel, but they suspended me from streaming for, what was it, like 3 months? That's what sent us over to Twitch in the first place, because we were doing like a super dirty, gritty Fallout thing. Shit ton of mods and stuff like that. No, it wasn't any of the sex mods and all that type of shit. It wasn't any of that. It was just dirty, gritty stuff. Everything like skin textures were, you know, scarred and gritty, and, you know, cuts and slashes and things like this. And it was, you know, it's supposed to be hard in the wasteland, not unicorns and pixie dust and, you know, good feelings and fresh paint jobs on all the buildings. It was never supposed to be like that. So we did more of a Fallout 3 rendition, and even did like an ENB, a color scheme, and a lot of other cool shit. And yeah, aside from that, just playing the game, but having an ambience in the game that was much darker and much more depressing and much more, you know, that more Walking Dead and less on Golden Pawn, which is what vanilla Fallout 4 is like. Rather have more Walking Dead and less on Golden Pawn, or Somewhere in Time, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, yeah, they shut the stream down, changed all my settings without me knowing it. I just refreshed the stream, assuming the same settings that I used to boot up that stream for the last week were still there. No, there was no reason to go double check my settings, but I didn't. And yeah, it only took them 15 minutes. So that means there was people actually monitoring it, waiting for something. And then aside from that, couldn't find anything, so they used my setting. Well, since this isn't under mature content only, there could have been a kid watching or something, which is exactly why I put certain restrictions and things like that on my streams, depending on the, you know, on that particular kind of stream. Yeah, that would be like 18 plus. Okay, cool. That's how I set it. They took the 18 plus off, and within 15 minutes, they just shut my streaming down. Wow. Really? Why didn't you just, like, send me an email or send me a note and say, hey, man, stop streaming this shit? I'd be like, okay, whatever. We just go stream something else, like this game or something. I don't know. That's fine. I don't care. And the coolest part is, outside of that, I had done absolutely everything to abide by any YouTube rule or guideline that I knew was in place. I mean, even music. Like when they had put a copyright claim on music, I'd let them have it. Even if it was gaming music that I was actually allowed to use, as long as I'm playing the game for either, you know, a video or a stream or whatever. They kind of consider that basically an open canvas. It used to be a lot stricter, and then they realized streaming does more to advertise the game than it does to, you know, take anything from the game. The streamers and YouTubes aren't getting anything except from YouTube on that. They're not taking anything away from the developers or the publishers, so leave the YouTubers alone. You know, if you got game sound. Now, if you got a game with free world music in it, right, like Capitol Records or whatever, you know, licensed music, and you don't have a license for that music, and they say, well, we're claiming all the revenue from this video. Fine, claim the revenue from my video that had 90 views over 3 years. You can have it. I don't know if it's even 3 cents, but you can have it. That's fine. I guess if you did that, and I was one of those that got 15 million views, which is anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000 per video, and you took all the rights to that video for a couple months, well, that would kind of bother me, especially if I had rights to it. You want to take 3 cents from me over 6 months? Man, damn. Well, I guess I'll just let you have it. I never tripped on any of that bullshit. Didn't make videos criticizing YouTube, saying how they were being hard on me and taking my videos down and stuff, which they didn't anyway. And they never gave me a copyright strike because they realized it's just video game videos. But if there's licensed music in there that somebody can claim, they got to give them the right to claim that. I never argued it once. Always did it the right way. Even was partnered with, there were people that bought licenses to all this shit. And then if you partnered with them, they took like anywhere from 30 to 50% of your revenue. But they gave you licenses to pretty much play any game and use anything from that game. And they'd usually throw in extra perks like they would send you to a music site and you could download any of the music you wanted for free and use it on your videos. I thought that was cool as shit. I probably used $30,000 on videos that never netted more than $300 over a decade. Sound like I won on that one. I'm cool with that. You can have whatever little pissy ass $1 or $2 I make a month or something. That's fine. For thousands of dollars worth of music, oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna go batshit crazy with this, and I did. That's why you're like, hey man, some of this music kind of sounds like legit, like record quality music type stuff. It was, it was. I was just partnered with somebody who gave me a pass to go download pretty much anything I wanted and use it, and it would never get flagged on YouTube. And it still can't be flagged because I used it before that partnership dissolved. And it was the partnership. It was it was Freedom. Freedom. They basically shut down. They just stopped doing it. So they're like, we're no longer a partner program. You can partner with somebody else, but just go ahead and detach yourself from us. But everything up to that point, which is basically every video I'd done up to that point, it's still covered because you were licensed when you did it. Now, if I took it and re-recorded it and tried to reuse some music that I no longer have a license to use, I could get those flagged, taken down, and maybe even get a copyright strike. But everything I've got done, it was all done legit. I made sure I did that. And a lot of times made nothing from it. But it was the love of the game. And maybe somebody else would love the game that much. And then if the channel did get supported and get funded and get 1 million subscribers, and then videos started getting hundreds of thousands, even millions of views and stuff like that, cool. Then I would say, I earned that because I did it legitimately a particular way. Is it the way that all the other YouTubers do it? Nope. So either like it or hate it, it is what it is. Always just kind of kept that, and I don't think that ever changed. Even on our streams. I just consider streaming live videos. And I'm sitting here talking way too much. Sorry about that. Anybody here to say Dragon Age 2 is like, would you go kill these things already and shut the fuck up? Okay, let's just go do that. But I appreciate y'all's time and y'all hang out. And I appreciate the support and stuff like that. And it's nice to voice these things, It's personal shit. It really is personal stuff. You spend enough time doing something, that's important. That's a lot of time. That's years of your life that could have been spent doing something else. No regrets. No regrets.
I didn't see anyone suspicious out here. Let's do this
Yeah.
fast.
Even with the mistakes I made those mistakes trying to do it right.
You watch for Templars.
Even if I fucked up so badly that it's unforgivable, doesn't mean I wasn't trying. Right? I mean, I guess that's fair.
When we find Carl, just let me talk to him.
All right. Should be 1 or 2 loots up here. That's my Friday. Anybody else off during the week, this week? I've technically got tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday off, so I don't know if you want to call that a 3-day weekend. That's the dead middle of the week, but whatever. I don't live a nightlife personally, so I don't really miss weekends. But what's kind of nice is when you are off in the dead middle of the week, if you want to go out and do something, the crowds really aren't there. Like maybe you have a particular bar where you got a crush on the waitress there. Or you've got a particular restaurant you want to go eat, and shit, you might be in there by yourself. Got the whole place to yourself. Sometimes that's nice. You want to go down to the beach in the daytime on a Wednesday. You got it to yourself. Park anywhere you want. That type of stuff. Especially now that summer's over. All right. Before we do this, I'm going to go refill. I'll be back a second. Give me 1 second. Oh, I agree. Friday and Saturday. Oh, nice, nice. Just solid weekends. I haven't had a weekend off in, well, except I was sick a couple weekends ago, but I wouldn't call that being off. Much rather have been working, man. That was, God. I thought it felt like a cold. Wasn't really the flu, but man, it put me down for over a week, and I can fight off a cold in like 2.5 days. 3.5 at the most. But it was like 8, 9 days. Oh man. You guys remember, I couldn't even stream half of it. I was bedridden. When I say bedridden, I mean getting up and just going to the bathroom like made me feel like I just ran 3 miles. Like seriously, it was bad. But yeah. This the combat, the gameplay, the tactics. I would even say the graphics. Well, at least the art style. I'd still say the graphics. What they did with it, the music, the story. The voice acting, in my opinion, at least female Hawk is the best voice actress to ever voice a video game ever. I think her name's Jo Wyatt. This is the best job I've ever heard from a voice actor ever. There's no flaws. Like the inflections are always on point. The sarcasm's there, the anger's there, the everything, it's there. And it's like perfect. I can't say that about any other game. I really actually can't. Not a single other game ever. Anyway, I guess, my personal opinion anyway, for whatever that's worth. But yeah, there's like really kind of no downside. You know what I'm saying? Like this has all the things that I wish were in Origins, to be honest. But anyway, but hey guys, good to see you. Hey, let me ask, do any of you go to Chipotle's? Eat at Chipotle's? I think I've been there once and I got a burrito like forever ago. So I'm not in the know. But I saw a commercial, I saw an ad. It was for some, I think they called it carne asada. It looked like it was on a bowl, and then they put a bunch of guacamole on top, which that's a winner with me. But I was actually going to go see carne asada bowl. I was going to go see about getting one. By the time I was finally able to like stop working, they had like just closed like 8 minutes ago, and I was like, okay. I've been eyeing it from across the street. They're literally across the street from where I work. I've been eyeing it for a while, and I'm like, I know they're expensive as shit. I mean, like, they give you $5 worth of food for like $25. I know this. But still, I really want to try that carne asada. I don't know if anybody's tried it, so if it's just the shit, then it'll be worth it. If it's then I'm not going to bother. Because they are really expensive, in my opinion.
Anders,
for a fast food place.
I knew you would never give up.
What's wrong? Why are you talking like...
I was too rebellious, like you. The Templars knew I had to be made an example of.
No!
How else will mages ever master themselves? You'll understand, Anders. As soon as the Templars teach you to control yourself.
This is where we see if we're doing anything.
This is the apostate.
Because at least we've got haste.
No!
About to have double haste here in a minute.
You will never take another mage as you took him.
Let me get Puppy Bro out here. There he is. Getting shield blasted him. Oh, he's gonna. Okay, I'm gonna grab this shit. Watch this. Haha, I got it. Oh, come on. Give me that. Come on. Oh, he didn't drop him? He's supposed to drop your health potions. Ah, what a bitch. We killed him first, though.
Anders, what did you do?
Really?
It's like you brought a piece of
Trying
the
to
fade into
think
this
of how
world.
long ago it was.
I had already forgotten what that
It was
feels
just
like.
there, went in there, and I was like, okay, I mean, this looks pricey. But then it's like, once you get your thing and then you put anything you actually want on it, by the time you're done, I mean, like an $18, $20 single burrito. It's not the worst size burrito, but shit, for 20 bucks, especially like, I don't know, years ago, 20 bucks should have got you like about 3 or 4 of those, not one. Like it was like super special. Now it was good. I'm not gonna say it wasn't fresh and it wasn't delicious. I guess it had a lot of filler in it though. You know, I expect for like a $20 burrito for that to be about 80% marinated meat and pico and special shit, and then maybe a little beans and rice or something, but not to be 80% filler and just a little bit of stuff that you might actually be able to taste. And I mean, it's still good, but there's a point where nothing is good enough to qualify as a $20 burrito. Just, you know, it can't be that good. They call me cheap or whatever. I mean, you know, maybe if you're in a place where, you know, there's not even prices on the menu. Okay, fine. But we're in a almost fast food place. I think they consider themselves a slower paced food. You know, it's not restaurant, but it's not McDonald's. It's kind of in between. A lot of Chinese fast food or Chinese drive-through places are like that. It's fresh-ish. Usually half the stuff is half-cooked so they can make everything on the spot, but it's fresher than processed garbage trash that you buy at fast food places. I respect that. You know, they freshly make their stuff. Like their guacamole is apparently fresh every day and this and that. But this carne asada is supposed to be like super, super tender, like even more tender than like fajita meat stuff, right? And then, you know, all the other stuff with it. If it's marinated right and it's so tender you can cut it with a fork type thing, I'm down. But there better be more than 2 or 3 strips of that shit on my bowl though, for probably the 15, 20 bucks they're going to charge me for it. So
What did you do?
that's all I'm saying.
The angry.
Or I'm going to be resentful. I'm going to be like, I paid what for this?
Fade inside you, glowing like a beacon.
I have some unique circumstances, yes. But
I mean, I cringed a little bit about
how did they get
paying $10 for a cantina chicken bowl at Taco Bell. I cringe a little bit on that, so just saying.
You cannot imagine it, Anders.
And those things are pretty good.
All the color, all the music in the world, gone. I would gladly give up my magic, but this.
Sorry, I might be a little bit hungry,
I'll
so
never be whole again.
we might lean a bit towards
This is what
food
Mother was
here and
protecting
there.
me from.
Please,
Like
kill me
randomly,
before I forget
we're
again.
fighting
don't know
blood
how you
mages,
took it
and I'll
back when
pause
it's
the game and
faded.
I'll say, "Hey man, have you guys ever tried
no.
such and such from Arby's?" You know what I'm saying? Just out of nowhere. Maybe because I'm hungry. Okay, so when you tell the pedophile not to murder its fellow mage, well, this is a tranquil now. So this tranquil mage can no longer summon demons, orchestrate the destruction of the world, show everybody that if you don't trust mages, this is why you should have trusted mages. Is we're gonna murder all of you. That's their logic, and they're all prisoners, so they're gonna be free. And then if you've ever played Dragon Age Inquisition, their first act of freedom is to literally sell themselves into slavery perpetually for future generations to blood mages. I'm not kidding. That's their first act of freedom. Like it's actually like a running joke. So these things, they deserve as much respect as a woke person trying to make an argument. All you can do is cringe and go, "Are you fucking kidding me? You actually thought about that and made that come out of your mouth on purpose?" You know, that type of reaction, right? So anyway, this is the mages. So this Tranquil is no longer of any use to the blood mages and Orsino and Anders to, you know, like kidnap Hawk's mother and murder her and turn her into a zombie, to bring in all the blood mages from elsewhere to sacrifice and murder every single person in Kirkwall so they can use their spirits to bind a bunch of demons to murder everybody else in basically the world, right? That's their mission, their goal in life. That's how they're going to show everybody how they should have been nice to mages all along. Even though they put all the mages in childcare and spend all their taxpayers' dollars, hoping the mages don't, you know, cast a bunch of fireballs and burn down cities. So what do the mages do? Well, they take all that tax money and they cast a bunch of fireballs, murder all the Templars, burn down their circles, and then burn up a bunch of cities. And start blights and shit. Well, that's what mages did first, is they started the blights. And it just went downhill from there. Anyway, so that's a short history lesson. So now, since this guy can't help Anders and Orsino, well, bring in all the blood mages to murder everybody anymore, Anders has to kill it. Why does Anders have to kill this tranquil mage who's of no threat to anyone anymore? Why?
The Tranquil I've met seem content.
Because the Tranquil might end up being
Maybe
a
it's not
snitch
that bad.
and giving up Orsino and Anders
no
and
idea.
exposing their actual agenda,
emotions,
which is to
your
bring,
dreams,
not help
everything
anybody
slipped
escape
away on someone's
Kirkwall,
whim.
but bring the blood mages
If I were
into
named
Kirkwall to
I
murder
wish for a friend
everybody,
passionate enough to kill me.
which is exactly what's going on.
Carl, I'm sorry.
Now, it's fading.
So we can get a clear view. Look at what you play in the game. Don't listen to what people say.
Goodbye.
Look at what you see and actually hear. Not what people say is going on. You're supposed to sympathize with mages. Who commits 99% of the atrocities you see in the Dragon Age series? Mages. Who causes the other 1% to commit those atrocities? Well, mages do that too. Like literally, their entire
So, let me
thing
guess.
is to drive the Knight Commander Meredith crazy
Tell me you're an abomination.
by turning the Templars into abominations,
But not far
which
wrong.
is what lyrium is used for by
This is hard to
an
explain.
old magister,
When I
Corypheus,
was in Amaranthine,
in
I met the
Inquisition.
spirit of justice.
And what's
who was
Red
trapped
Lyrium?
outside the Fade.
It's Blood Mage
We became
incarnate.
friends, and he recognized the injustice
Blood Mage
that
is a
mages and
principle.
faders face every
Like,
day.
let's say terrorism is a principle. A motherfucker with a bomb strapped on him that blows you the fuck up, that's terrorism incarnate. Blood magic is a principle. You know, blood mages use blood magic. It's the thing they use, like terrorists. Right? But Red Lyrium is basically their bomb, which is blood magic incarnate, and it can actually turn a living human being into an abomination. The same way a demon possessing somebody turns them into an abomination. It's the same thing. Because Red Lyrium is literally blood magic incarnate. And I'm not making this up, because Dragon Age actually tells you, if you read the codices, codices, whatever, that Lyrium is magic incarnate. It actually has a will, and it's essentially alive. It's like if you were to take goodwill and turn it into a thing, what would that thing be? And you could use that thing to empower yourself to do goodwill stuff. In Dragon Age case, healing magic, or just magic in general. Casting a fireball at a bad guy. That's not a bad thing, right? Get rid of a bad guy. You got a murderer over here? Kill the murderer. Execute the murderer. Do a good thing to eradicate the bad thing. Too bad our society doesn't understand that simple principle, but a fucking video game does. Go figure. So, Red Lyrium is blood magic incarnate. Yes, it's inherently evil. Yes, it's a bad thing. Yes, Meryl and Egghead, Solus, are wrong about that. It is not just a tool, right? It's not just a tool. It's not like a gun. You could use a gun for good things to shoot the bad guy or bad things to shoot the good guy. No, it's not like that. No, it is inherently evil. It's a gun that actually can shoot itself. So like if you laid your shotgun, leaned it up against the wall on your porch, and it just decided to just animate itself and shoot random passersby, like they blame guns for doing, which is woke insanity, right? Then yeah, it would be inherently evil. That would be blood magic. That would be Red Lyrium. But no, that's not a thing, right? Blood magic actually is inherently evil, and it is like a gun that actually possesses itself to only murder innocent people. Which, you know that law-abiding people use their guns well. It's the motherfuckers that don't care about your gun laws that are going to have guns anyway, and then nobody else who needs guns is going to have them, so only the lawbreakers who don't give a shit about your laws are going to have the guns to kill all the innocent people, and it's going to be easier because no good people can defend themselves. But that's the satanic logic that we live under. It's called woke. So that's a parallel between the lesson here in the game and real life. And I can't help but make that comparison because it's there, and if you can't see it, God damn it, look a little harder. It's a child can understand it, actually. Anyway, sorry.
Just say whatever you have to say.
To live outside the Fade, he needed a host. I offered
Well,
to help him. We were going to work together.
It's a really good world dynamic. Mass Effect has it too. Mass Effect has it too.
I guess I had.
In Mass Effect, woke brainwashing, woke psychology,
changed
to go with the flow. No matter how evil the flow is, as long as the evil flow tells you it's not evil, and as long as anything good tries to stop the flow of evil, the evil flow tells you that the good thing is bad. Why are you trying to put up a dam to stop this flood of destruction? I'm an American at the southern borders. The rapes, the killings, the kidnappings, the sex trafficking, the murders, etc., 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 that the news didn't cover any of it. If you were a southern townsman anywhere there, you had ranches being overrun, you had people being murdered, you had people being dragged back across the border, not just kidnapped and sold for ransom, but if you were young enough and pretty enough, boy or girl, you were sold into sex trafficking, and just Americans who had no voice. That happened. Not happening now, but it happened. Anyway, just for example, as evil and atrocious as that is, just as bad as the Holocaust. In principle. Maybe not in quantity, but in quality, just as evil and bad as the Holocaust, for example, right? You got that. There's parallels. There's parallels. In the game, you're not told to worry about it, so you're just oblivious and unaware. Ignorance is bliss, right? Well, in the game, it's the same way, right? What's told to you is to think well of evil. The mages will spread disinformation, and everybody else is supposed to go along with it, and the people working against evil get all the flack. Trump and anybody trying to stop that flow of evil. I'm just giving you a modern example. And this isn't even a pro-Trump speech. It's just trying to stop this shit that has atrociously murdered, taken, and destroyed the lives of what is supposed to be protected American families. But you've got a country without walls, and if you take the walls down, evil will come in and do everything its damnedest to fuck with you and do shit that you can't even put on the news because they'll have to give you a warning every time they tell you about it. That's how bad shit is daily, because there's evil people doing that shit in the world. Nothing's changed. People have always done that, and they always will until it's over, right? So, hey, Jamal, what's going on? You're anti-mage now? Good. Good. Maybe by the time you leave the stream, you'll be anti-woke too. But anyway. So it's not just it's not this or that. It's just simply it's a lesson, right? So the mages tell you the entire series. This starts in Origins. Especially if you play a mage origin, you actually get to hear the propaganda that the mages would put forth saying how they're so abused and they're so mistreated. While all you see is them being taken care of, and any mage unleashed commits murder and all kinds of other atrocities and betrays your trust and is incapable of telling you the truth. But because blood magic just does that to you. And that's what they turn to. Blood magic is the Dragon Age equivalent of woke in today. Just giving a comparison so you can understand that this is an RPG, which has really great story writing, and the story writing's deep, and it's broad, and it's long. Or it was supposed to be. It kind of died in Inquisition, and it just doesn't exist at all in Veilguard, so we'll never get to hear the rest of the story, but the story up until this point was often years, even a decade or so ahead of its time, exposing the exact same psychology, because the people that wrote this game, trying to be reasonable, actually have the psychology and mindset that we would call woke today, if you followed their tweets for the last 15, 20 years. True story. They definitely lean towards liberal. They definitely lean towards that. So they write this, so you're supposed to sympathize, so the dialogue is there because they naturally have it. And they might actually believe you're supposed to sympathize with terrorists, murderers. And that if you say anything about it, you're a racist. If you call a terrorist, you're a racist. Dude, I'm not talking about your race. I'm not even talking about anything but the fact that you are telling me that you're going to murder me and blow all of us the fuck up. Okay, I'm just going to call that murder. You can't call that murder. You're a racist, right? That is literally the same psychology we have in this game, especially with Anders. If you watch Anders at the end of this game, I'm not going to spoil it, but you'll get my terrorist argument. It's so cut and dry. It's so pure. And to think that this game came out, well, it came out about 10 years after the World Trade Center attack, but it came out kind of in the middle of you not being allowed to say, hey, murder is murder, wrong is wrong. And if you're doing that and you're saying you're going to do that, then maybe somebody should just blow you the fuck up first so you can't blow us all up in the middle of our sleep when we're least expecting it. Oh my God, I can't believe you said that. That's what should happen. But you're speaking against evil and you're speaking for good and you actually have common sense and the media is supposed to have brainwashed you by now. So you need to be, what do we call it now? Canceled. This is a life lesson in a video game. So yeah, sympathizing with mages is what you're supposed to do. But believing Joe Biden was an actual cognizant human being was what you were supposed to do. And if you're that fucking stupid, I don't know what can save you. I don't even know how you can breathe. I would think it takes at least one brain cell and an IQ point to breathe. How do you not suffocate if you actually think that thing was a cognizant human being? The atrocities that were committed in the name of that thing, signing shit with an auto pen because it couldn't even fucking write or stay awake or do anything but smell little girls' hair and fucking eat ice cream. Bro, just come on, man. But dude, it's like some George Orwell 1984 shit right there. I mean, it's so far out there and it actually happened. So to like grasp that and actually understand it, your brain has to like break itself to see how bad that actually was. And that we're going to suffer for that, well, till the end of time, because there was damage done that can never be undone. And that's a whole nother thing, but
So
anyway.
he's a demon now.
No.
Yeah, Jalen. And what does
He's a
Jalen do?
spirit
Lie,
whose
use,
only
manipulate,
purpose is to see
try
the
to murder
innocent
everybody,
saved
and
and the
then
guilty
serve
You tried to help a friend.
basically Dragon Age equivalent of Satan through
I
Loghain
wish I still had your
to
innocence.
take away one of the last of
There was too much
Ferelden's
hatred in
defenses
me.
against the Blight.
Justice
At
thought he would
Loghain's
overcome that.
command.
But my
Now,
anger,
whatever Loghain was
when I
serving,
see Templars
that's
now,
a different
things
thing.
that have always
'Cause that certainly
outraged
wasn't
me.
Loghain
But I
that
could never do
orchestrated
anything
any of
about
that shit.
He comes
Months
out.
and even years before Ostagar ever
He is
even
no
went
longer my
down.
friend, Justice.
His
He is a force of
abandoning
vengeance,
the
and he
king
has
on
no
the
grasp
field,
of mercy.
that was like 30th in line of the shit that he already had enacted, the treason that he had already committed, and the atrocities that were already in the works. Like, remember, the Kuslans had already been murdered under his command, so that Rendon Howe could take over those lands, and so that a huge percentage of knights and armies that Ferelden would have had at their disposal to back up the king were murdered in their sleep. The Kuslans had a force, right? So that happened before Ostagar. The deal with who's the head blood mage that started all that shit that destroyed the Ferelden that destroyed the Ferelden Circle. What was his name? You know, the head blood mage. I can't remember his name off my head. Anyway, the deal with him was made with Loghain to do that, to take out the mages and the Templars all at the same time. Keep them occupied and keep the Chantry out of it. The Chantry's worrying about the Ferelden Circle and worried about the Templars, and as long as you can keep Ferelden isolated, then the Blight can just walk through Ferelden because it has no defense. Loghain had already taken out all the Knights, had already taken out Arleman with Jowan before Ostagar ever even happened, had already taken out the Circle, which means the Templars and the Mages, and then had created civil war and unrest, hiring mercenaries to rape women and children, murder them in their farmholds, and then blame it on all the different factions in Ferelden to make all the clans and all the bandships and all the people fight against each other, while the Darkspawn just walk through. Now, he wasn't fucking with the dwarfs until you go to Orzammar. You can only know this if you play the Crow quest, where they send you out to assassinate certain individuals. Every person you assassinate is helping Ferelden and killing somebody that Loghain had put in place to do some nefarious underground shit while nobody was looking. Sounds pretty woke, sounds pretty liberal, sounds pretty leftist, sounds pretty MSNBC, doesn't it? Sounds pretty FBI. Anyway, just saying. Right, so once you go put a king on the throne, you know the first thing Loghain does? He sends assassins to Orzammar to kill the king. Now, if you go into the palace, I believe, the Dwarven Palace there, you'll find a dwarf that accidentally intercepts the poison that was meant for whoever you put on the throne. Whoever it is, whether it's your brother or whatever, right? Whether it's Balin or what's his name. Regardless, the king's poison is sent there, right? And she gets it instead of the king, and she's gonna die. Now there's actually like some kind of thing that you can actually make to save this poor girl. It's like it's like a tonic, it's a cure, but you have to have like level 4 herbalism to make it. Anyway, and since that doesn't work, Loghain actually sends an assassin with an entire group of assassins with him to murder the king of the dwarves. Why? Because if they don't have a king on the throne, they will not enter the fight. Enter the fight against Loghain? No. Enter the fight against the Darkspawn. So who the fuck is Loghain working for? What's possessing Loghain? Well, this is a lesson in Dragon Age Origins, and it gives a lot of depth and a lot of scope and a lot of coolness to the story. When you go to Redcliffe, what's his name? It's Eamon's nephew. The guy that wants to, the guy that's over the whole village, right? I can't remember his fucking name off the top of my head anyway. Apparently it's been too long since I played Origins. Anyway, it's the dude that finally gets you in through the mill house and says, go infiltrate the castle. I'm gonna go with the traitor fucking Orlesian cunt and go just speak to the castle directly, I guess. Just go appear before the kid who's obviously fucking possessed because zombies are attacking the village every night, right? And you go kind of in the underground, and when you get there, you walk into the main hall, and what's his name? Bran? Whatever the fuck his name is. Anyway, he's possessed by Connor. Connor has possessed him, is controlling him, had turned him into a puppet, and now he's a jester. He's doing backflips and going, ah, ha, 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 I can't say anything, but ah, ha, ha, ha. He's doing all this shit, right? That is not this dude. This dude's like a complete prude. He's not going to be doing backflips and acting like a court jester and saying, oh, do what you say. Ah, ha, ha, ha. He's a puppet. When you beat him to within an inch of his life, he is released. I'm guessing because whatever demon's controlling him, if he was to die, that demon, maybe a part of it would die with him. Because he's a puppet. Similar to how a blood mage creates a blood puppet out of a person and makes them a slave, essentially, a blood slave. A demon can do something much more convincing than that. because the power for a blood mage to do that comes from a demon in the first place. And this is a demon that had to deal with Connor, which was able to literally possess this dude, and the only way you could make him snap out of it is to beat him within an inch of his life, which you do. Now, I want you to fast forward to the Landsmeet. When you beat Logain to within an inch of his life, what happens? The screen goes black, and he turns into this humble, heroic, subservient, understanding, gentle soul. Probably the Logain that you actually heard about that made him a hero of Ferelden. But the Logain you see throughout any cutscene and any point during the game up until that point is a lot like that fucking court jester that you see before Connor's fucking demon when you go to Redcliffe. There's your example. That's what being a blood puppet actually means. Logain is a blood puppet the entire time. Probably came from dealing with Uldred in the first place. He was probably controlled by whatever controlled Uldred, and turned into a tool to make Corypheus's will done in Ferelden. Because if you play Inquisition, you know that Ferelden, if it falls, the Darkspawn move west and take over Orlais. Then the south is conquered, and then Kirkwall, Tevinter, can come south and claim all of it and recreate a Tevinter Imperium. Although everything's dead, blown up, and destroyed at that point, and there's going to be nobody to admire your greatness because you fucking killed everybody. But the Tevinters don't think that far ahead because they're woke, they're fucking blood mages, and so that's the plan. And that's exactly the plan that you see and hear and experience and is told to you in Inquisition. You see it starting in Origins, and it only comes to pass if the leader of the country is absolutely possessed, which the king is not, so Logain makes sure the king dies, because Logain isn't even Logain at that point, because Logain would have never done a single fucking thing he does in the game because he loves Ferelden. And he knows that his mind has been imprisoned, and he has enacted horrible things. He destroys the elves, he destroys the mages, he destroys the Templars, he destroys all the knights, he destroys all the armies, he destroys the king, and then he destroys all the band ships and any mercenary group that could possibly help Ferelden. He hires them to destroy Ferelden. There you go. That's good writing. And that's exactly what happens. So that leading up to this motherfucker here is just an extension of whatever the hell was controlling Logain to make sure that this shit goes down and make sure that Inquisition actually happens. To make sure that the big-ass nuke goes off, essentially. And saying anything more than that is a spoiler. That's even kind of a semi-spoiler, but anyway.
I just need your Grey Warden expertise.
Yeah, Uldred. Uldred was the main blood mage in the circle, right?
Here.
Logain had an agreement with Uldred way before Ostagar ever happened.
I can understand if you would rather me
That's a
not
fact.
join you personally. I cannot control my need for vengeance. I would ask no one to take on the danger of traveling with me. I will be here in my clinic if you need me.
All right, here's the worst part. Is I need... Yeah, I mean... Well, especially in Act 2. I hate to say this because these words coming out of my mouth make it almost sound like I think Michael Jackson did some good thing. It's the same thing as saying, I need this thing in my party. It's not so much the healer part of it, it's that after we lose Bethany, you have to have haste. You gotta have haste. Should probably make like a hip-hop song out of it or something. You gotta have haste. It's like the most important thing. Actually, you know what? What I have to do right now is this. I gotta get Aveline's weapons from her. I hate that, but, well, it is what it is. I don't need her shield. I don't like her shield. I think it looks stupid. Irving summon... No, Irving didn't summon any demon. At least I've never seen any evidence of that. But Irving is susceptible to being possessed and turned into abomination by Uldred. If you let the fight go on long enough, Irving's last, but Irving is definitely open to possession. So there is that. But the demon is Uldred himself. He's just an abomination. He's just a really strong one. Like Orsino can turn himself into a flesh golem, which you only learn about in like Golems of Amgarak, exactly how the fuck that abomination happens. Like you have to suck the flesh and the souls of like an almost unlimited. Okay, so like turning a golem into a golem means trapping a soul into a stone or metal stone construct, right? So it is a form of blood magic, right? But a flesh golem is taking the soul of each piece of flesh that you absorb into yourself to become this massive fucking zombified, just spiritual death. Like it's a complete abomination. There's work. Basically, the magic came from going back and salvaging pieces of the Anvil of the Void that you destroy, right? Salvaging pieces of that. Or misusing the anvil. I think there's a way to not destroy the anvil, technically, and give it to Bronca and then whatever. But still, it's like misusing it and basically the soul's pulled in to create like this flesh construct, and it just goes completely insane, and it just becomes this murderous thing. Well, Orsino actually has the magic to turn himself into that. Of course, this is the same person who had the knowledge of the magic to give to the serial killer in Kirkwall, who kidnaps your mother and turns her into a zombie from dead parts of his wife's sister. Well, once again, I mean, purple hair, you don't know if you got a dick or not, wife, sister, it's all pretty much the same thing at that point. Is that a pretty good analogy? Or am I going too far? Or is that pretty much what it is? Once again, life lesson. I mean, it's really cool to see the depth and the vibrancy and the life in the writing when you can compare it to actual things and say, oh my God, like this principle, this mechanic, this thing, this aesthetic is actually there. Like that's an actual thing. This gives this game world a lot of life, a lot of breath, and says, wow, okay, that's pretty deep. Know what I'm saying? I got to get this back from Abilene. Just saying. Okay, so we'll probably... I'm saving this for Meryl. Eventually, we replace Bethany with Meryl. And then what we're doing with Sword and Board Hawk is we become tank. The one thing we need sooner than later, if possible, from Varric here, like this is like super important. And I'll tend to like forget about it, and I'll be like, oh, Varric needs this skill and this skill, which is shit that I normally get. He really needs this. And I think I'm already partway there. Yeah, I'm already partway there. He needs goad. Basically, what goad is Varric hits you with Warcry or taunt, right? Taunt. Bellow. It's friggin' Warcry. Anyway, this would be Warcry and Inquisition. Anyway, so taunt. It's an AoE ability. Basically, you're here, and its taunt is about as big as a fireball. Upgraded taunt is about as big as a firestorm. Right? Pretty much that simple, right? So what you want is to find the best tactic that you can find for Varric to hit you with goad, especially when you're surrounded by some enemies. Okay, so if you're doing a shit ton of DPS, you're going to generate taunt. Basically the same way as if you were just doing Warcry or whatever, right? Now, you can cast a spell as a mage on somebody across the room, and the enemies will come off of that person across the room and come to you because you hit them with a heal, you hit them with haste, you hit them with something that benefits your party. And that acts like as if you backstab somebody, right? You could be an archer and be over here and hit somebody with pinning shot or explosive shot. And enemies will come off of whatever person they're attacking over there and come towards you because you just generated massive threat. So basically what you did was you generated taunt for yourself over here as if it was an area bubble over the enemy that you hit over there. It's the same type of thing. So what you want Varric to do is, and you can play around with these tactics. Like there's different conditions that you can put on shit to make shit work better. And I like if you look at my build now using this exact same characters and you looked at this exact same party 10 years ago, some of those tactics have changed. One or two of the skills may have changed, but overall it's similar in concept. But actually in execution, like you could just keep improving on that shit. If you can keep improving on a game, playing it long enough, over 10 years, the game's probably worth playing. So I can't think of another game like that. Origins is kind of there, sort of. It's just Dragon Age 2 is funner because it has the gameplay that I wish was in Origins. I wish when you went down under Orzammar into the deep roads in Origins, those motherfuckers attacked you by 50s and 100s, not 4s and 5s. Sorry, man. It seems a little underwhelming. There's a horde of 1 million fucking Darkspawn down here. How many they got guarding the bridge? 8? Sorry, man. That puts a better light on Dragon Age 2. When just killing some thugs at nighttime in a district, they come at you in waves of 10, 15, and then like 25 or 30. Maybe with a boss. It's going down. Like that just feels just so satisfying to just kill. I don't know, like Gary Oldman. What does he say in The Professional? Kill everybody. Right? You know, that type of thing, right? It's just cool like that. Anyway, so since I'm not going to spend a point on this, I'm probably not investing anything in this tree. I seriously don't think I am. I'm going to have all of my points tied up in Reaver and eventually Berzerker, which is going to give us such a huge damage buff. It's just friggin' stupid. So we need somebody to generate a little bit of threat to us, AoE threat, probably something along the lines of where if we're already fighting somebody, to maybe hit us with goad then to either maintain the people we're fighting or maybe even draw a few more enemies nearby. Because the thing about taunt and the thing about goad is it only has this much range. I can't taunt somebody that's 40 meters away while I'm over here fighting these guys, right? And if Varric hits me with taunt, it's still only going to have a range like this. That dude over there doesn't care about my taunt. I don't care what I say about his mama. He's not coming over here to fight me. The range doesn't meet him. Now, once you get upgraded goad or upgraded taunt, if you're in a small enough room, it's going to cover the whole room, and everybody's going to come fight you, which means you got a chance to shield bash everybody and kill everybody, which is great. But other than that, you need to be able to draw more threat than just, if you're playing sword and board or if you're playing dual wield dagger, the threat, the taunt that you generate is basically the same thing as if you actually use taunt. It's going to only have a circle pretty much like this. So if I'm sword and board and I'm beating the shit out of this dude for 1,000 or 10,000 damage each hit, right? That dude that's just outside of my threat range isn't going to care, and they're going to keep killing my mage, for example, right? There needs to be a way to expand that and get it over here. Either I generate it for myself, or I get my trusty boy Varric to hit me with that shit every time it's convenient. And once it's upgraded, then it's good. So anyway, like I was saying, I need him to have this. And honestly, it's only one more point to get it. But he's getting this. This is his primary job, pinning shot, because it eventually becomes disorienting shot. Any enemy disoriented, which is 100%, doesn't matter who the enemy is. It can be Meredith, it can be the High Dragon, doesn't matter. Instantly disoriented, and then you get your mages to hit them with something that combos. And it does, 2, 3, 400%, plus a bunch of elemental force, and plus a bunch of extra damage. So it's basically like a guaranteed extra crit. And if you do a critical combo, you can one-shot an enemy completely. You can literally, like, even like an elite enemy with a health bar like this, you hit them, disorienting shot, critical combo, and their health bar will flash bright white, and their entire health bar will disappear. They will actually melt and disintegrate in one shot. Instead of pounding away at that dude for, like, 5 minutes, literally just executed. Doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. If your mages have high critical chance, which you kind of want everybody to have if possible, then that stuff becomes, well, it's still not very often, but it happens. Which is, it's awesome when you see it, because you just see this dude is like, oh, well, I'm going to fight this dude for 5 minutes, and you see his entire health bar just flash and disappear. It just melts. And they just crumble into dust, and you're like, holy crap, you killed them 18 times over. Like, even if you were to resurrect them 10 times, they'd still be dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, that type of damage. It's fantastic. Anyway, so that's Varric's basic job, but since I'm playing tank or off tank, if I was playing two-hander, I would still have Varric do the same thing. Hit me with goad. Now, if I was playing dual-wield rogue and running with Varric, I would have Varric hit me with something else. I would have him hitting me as soon as he got his disorienting shot out of the way. I would have him working down here instead, eventually getting Communing's Breath, which gives you 100% guaranteed obscurity. And if you're playing a dual-wield rogue, the Shadow Tree obscurity gives you double critical damage. I mean, double critical damage. And then Assassin gives you double critical damage based on your cunning score on top of that. You can get your critical damage up into the 300s. Maybe even 4. I mean, by the end of the game type thing. And then when you hit a crit, you just critically modify your crit with all the extra. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, it gets to the point where Twin Fangs is basically like Assassinate. It's essentially the same thing. It just cools down twice as fast. So it's like you have, in one span, you like have 2.5 Assassinates every cycle. And they're all guaranteed crits, and they're all max damage. So Varric's really good in helping you with that. You can even give Isabella this tree and have 2 dual wielders running around doing shit. Basically, you're really just not using any AoEs. You just got like one kind of sort of off tank in Isabella. Then you've got Aveline just doing her shit. And then you've got a mage just giving everybody haste, and you just run around like you're batshit crazy, and it's a lot of fun. But oh, Bedford. All right, Paragon. All right, sorry, man. I was chatting. I didn't see that. All right, well, if you're still here, man, yeah, have a good rest. Good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. It pretty much is. Yeah, I think across the board. Sword and Board is, believe it or not, one of the highest DPS classes in the game. Like, well, what about the Rogue or like even the two-hander? No, honestly, Sword and Board it's right up there with the Rogue, but it has 10 times the survivability. So you can really get in there and mix it up and stay there and keep mixing it up. Yeah, seriously. And you might think just a regular longsword and your shield, you have a limited range. Well, you do, sort of. But the really coolest thing about this is you've got, where's it at? I gotta go find it. That's it. Yeah, here it is. All right, so you know that I like going critical chance personally, but some people like might. And then if you do hit a crit, your crit damage is higher. That's cool. It's not 25% of your total crit. It's 25% added to your crit damage. So if your crit damage is 50, that'll make it 75. If your crit damage is 200 somehow, that'll make it 225. 25% of 200 is 50. It's not going to make it 250. No, it's going to make it. It's just going to add 25% to whatever that is, which is nothing wrong with that. But personally, I would just like to hit crits a lot more often. Even if they're slightly weaker, I'd just like to hit more of them, because with the warrior, crits also produce staggers. So you have another effect other than just damage. You actually have like the ability to create staggers, and staggers can be capitalized by chain lightning, and chain lightning has no friendly fire. So you want your mages. And if you got Anders and Merrill both running, which starts in Act 2 once you lose Bethany, then both of them have chain lightning. So you can't produce enough staggers for both of them. See what I'm saying? But you got this 75% damage increase, and this is just another 10%. So this is, if you use these together in part of a combo, you're actually turning your, you're increasing you're tripling your force, for one, which is really cool. But also you're doing damage to nearby enemies, which turns your longsword into a two-hander. You're actually you have the same range now as a two-hander. And it also goes for your shield bashing too, which already hits enemies nearby. So your sword attacks and your shield bash now have a two-hander range, and they can all stagger. Still not quite going to stagger like a two-hander, because a two-hander will do it just off basic attacks a lot, right? But you still have the capacity to do it. And so, but the cool thing about sword and board is you do almost as much damage per swing as a two-hander. You just swing almost 3 times as fast, doing almost the same damage. So literally your damage is double what a two-hander can do with all the same damage buffs that a two-hander gets. See what I'm saying? Sword and board is actually stronger with a lot higher survivability. Just takes a little bit longer to develop. You know, you're not going to be all gangster at level 11. You know, you pretty much have to wait till you're like 15, 16, 17. But then you should have your ducks in a row and have all your main stuff upgraded. And yeah, you start throwing haste in there and shit like that. And then you start throwing Reaver haste, which is anytime you get a kill, you basically get 30% attack speed all the time on top of haste. And it becomes so ridiculous that you almost can't press your button fast enough to attack as fast as you're actually able to attack. That's when it just gets really ridiculous. And you're just zipping around with your sword and board, and all you hear is thank, thunk, clunk, clunk, thank, thunk, thunk, clunk, clunk. And you're like a hamster on crack and coffee at the same time. It's fantastic. Anyway. All right, so I had to get that weapon back from Aveline. Hold on. Do we have to go talk to Anders?
Maybe I should find a nicer...
Maybe you should... Never mind. I'm like, maybe you should... Never mind. And so now... Neo 2 is fantastic. Neo 2 is the one that me and Frosty we platinumed it. Yeah. I say platinum because it was on PlayStation at the time. I don't even have a PlayStation anymore. But PS5 wasn't even out yet, I don't think. Anyway, we were on our PS4s. We platinumed that together. Kind of made a thing of it, kind of like a Dark Souls run, you know, where you just, you know, co-op and summon each other type thing. It was the same type of shit, really, but it was like super, super cool. And then when we had to go do shit by ourselves, we would just stay in communication and just wait for the other person to finish whatever it was. Like, it might be like a boss run, you know, where you got like a gauntlet of bosses back to back to back to back, and you had to get through it, right? And you couldn't summon anybody to do it, so you just had to do it by yourself, you know. We'd suffer through that, and then when we were done doing all the side shit for trophies or whatever, we'd get back together and then go finish the game. And then we went back and picked up a couple other trophies, right? And actually platinum that shit together. I think we did it on the same night, actually, the platinum trophy. She needed one thing, I needed another. Kind of had to go clean that up, and then I think maybe we had to get into New Game Plus and go do something or something. But anyway, we got it. Oh, that was pretty cool because we did it. Pretty much all of it co-op on stream, if I remember right. That was quite a while ago. That was still an amazing game. Because what do you call it? The transmogrifying of all your equipment, so you can look the way you want, but use the shit that you want and build the way that you want. Now, man, that shit was amazing. And the combat was fantastic, and they had all the cool weapons. Like at the end of the day, my favorite was the Tonfa. The Tonfa just, they reminded me, that was some nostalgic shit. That goes all the way back to like Yi-Ar Kung Fu, which was a cabinet game, an arcade game, 25-cent cabinet game back in the 80s. Yi-Ar Kung Fu. That's what the Tonfa reminded me of. Man, that was cool as shit. That was fantastic. All right, so anyway, let's see. So we got that. Let's go get our all of our stuff lined out. That's free, isn't it? Electricity and spirit damage, huh? Let's get some attack in there. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. We're about to go get Fenris here at some point. I wonder, because he doesn't have a DLC belt, does he? I think he's got an amulet and a ring. It's Fenris. And that's Fenris. Amulet and a ring. Yeah. We could give him a... Oh, no. I think I give Fenris the, I give Fenris the, string of pearls. I can give that to Meryl for later. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to hang on to that. All right, so I give Anders whatever Anders is going to get, just so Anders' attributes are where they're supposed to be. Now, staffs, there's a staff or two that can, give you like +1 magic or willpower or something. Whatever. That's temporary shit, but like gear that you're going to keep all the time, if it's like +1 to this or +1 to everything or whatever, I want attributes because I like pretty much a 2-to-1 ratio, basically. So like if willpower is 12, I want this at 24. And then you're really looking at multiples of 3. Like 2-to-1 like this, right? So probably what I do is just do this. And then throw some into health. Anders, there's a lot of reasons to have health with that thing. A lot of reasons. Okay, now see, with Anders, we can upgrade this now. The exaggerated heal isn't really that important because Anders is only going to use that. If it's a really long fight, your mage might use it twice. And it's got a same, if not a longer cooldown than a friggin' health potion. So, but the extra critical chance and damage for everybody, somebody needs to have that. And you got to have haste. So now Anders only has 3. You've got to put a point here. Right? And somebody has to have upgraded chain lightning, but guess what? Not enough points. So we'll just go here because we can't have it anyway. But that needs to be next. And if you don't upgrade heroic aura, you have to upgrade heal. You have to have 3 points to get haste. Either way. So now somebody has upgraded heroic aura. You need that. All right, so now here's the most important part of the entire friggin' game is make sure you're ranged if you're using a mage. And then go to the tactics. So, hey, James. What's up, Jameson? Oh, man. How was your weekend? You got to tell us all about it. I know that shit must have been awesome. Oh, and happy birthday, because I didn't tell you that before the weekend. And I hadn't seen you since. So, happy belated birthday, because your birthday was, what, yesterday, right? Or was it Saturday? Anyway, doesn't matter. It's your birthday. If it's tomorrow, if it's today, happy birthday. No. With James, it's about what do you got, James? There about 10 in the morning, 9, 10, 11, something like that. I think it's 10 where James is at. Maybe 9, almost 10. Let me see, what time is it here? It's got to add 7 or 8 hours. Oh, today. Oh, shit. Oh, you came in for your birthday. Damn, man. All right, hold on. Let me see. Hold on a second. Oh, it's not letting me. James, I'm still trying to figure out how to friggin' get into reply. It's not letting me. Let me see. Hold on. Can I do this? No, all it's giving me is this bullshit on the side. That's all it's giving me. It's just the scroll thing. Okay, so actually, you know what? If I monitored chat from YouTube, I could do some cool shit like emotes and stuff like that. 40 liters of wine? Oh, that's all? just kidding. Oh, that's it? What, a whole weekend? That's all? No, I'm just kidding. That sounds fun. Wine on tap. Okay, so on YouTube, I'm monitoring the stream on 9 o'clock, 7 hours. Okay, I didn't remember if you were 7 or 8 hours ahead of me, anyway. But anyway, if I pull up YouTube and do it, the problem is if I open up YouTube and open up the stream monitor there, along with this, because I have to have this open to keep the stream going, obviously, because this is the broadcasting thing. Then if I have those, I have a serious issue with thinking, man, the computer will probably crash, or we'll have some lag issues. Because this computer's like 15 years old, so yeah, I mean, it still works, but let's put. They're telling me that next month my computer won't even be supported because I can't even have Windows 11. It won't even support Windows 11. So yeah, we'll be looking for another PC in the next month. I don't know how that's going to happen, but I'll pray about it and we'll just see if it just happens. Right? Right. Steel Reserve? Steel Reserve. Oh, well, we call Steel Reserve something else over here. Steel Reserve over here is a beer that's like 15 proof or 14.9. It's 15 proof beer. It's 15%. It's 30 proof. It's 30 proof beer over here. Steel Reserve. You don't really taste it. It's pretty much like swallowing whiskey, I guess. But yeah, that's what we call Steel Reserve over here. But man, did y'all have a band? Did you get some music going? Anyway, I can't do emotes, man. I can't. Actually, you know what? I can open up YouTube and share you some emotes, man. I actually can. They're just YouTube emotes. They're not the cool shit that we got on Twitch because, well, yeah. I was thinking, bro, if we were on Twitch, I'd scrape together my pennies, man. I'd find a way to gift you a sub on Twitch, and you wouldn't have seen that coming. you gifted subs on Twitch for so many years, and we're so close to, what was it, 2,000? That was ridiculous. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe we'll go back over there after about 6 months. They say I can appeal to that shit after about 6 months, but I think if the haters are still there, then, dude, I don't think there's really any point of going back over there. All they're going to do is just get us shut. But I mean, I could certainly see them trying. And I'm not going to walk on eggshells over there and mind my P's and Q's. Fuck that. That's just wrong. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, it was a lot, man. That was a lot of work that went in over there. We had cool ass emotes. You had that one emote that I couldn't get. I was jealous, but yeah, I mean, there was a lot of work. A lot, man. That was like almost a decade of experience, you know, just shit over years and years and years and years. It's just, I mean, I'm not saying it's thrown away, because I mean, we were there and we did it and it was cool, but still kind of sucks that it just kind of just gets put on a shelf. And if you go over there to look it up, does it just say this channel just doesn't exist type thing? I mean, can somebody take my channel name now? Or is it just filed in the circular file? And I don't know. I'm just curious. That doesn't really matter. All right, let me figure this out. Anyway, happy birthday again, bro. Actually, you know what? I can do this, though. I think I can do this. Let me try to do this real quick. I hope I don't crash the stream trying to do this. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta go over here. Yeah, it's like already kind of bogging down a little bit. It's kind of what I was afraid of. If it crashes, it's because I'm messing around with this shit. Okay, just so you know. I'll be back in a second if it crashes. But all right, let's see. I think I can go here. It might let me chat from here. So I know. Yeah, it'll let me chat. I can view the stream from here, but I still have to have the broadcasting open in the background. So yeah. Anyway, good money, no time to spend it. Oh shit. Well, I mean, hey, there you go. If you can't piss it off, then that's even better in a way. All right, so let's see. All right, hold on. Everybody, we're sending birthday emotes to, oh, I like this one. Dude, this has nothing to do with your birthday. Well, this kind of does. Here's a trophy. But that's almost SpongeBob. I don't know why that seems cool, but I'm just going to go ahead and throw that in there. Let's see. All right. One bro. Let's see. Birthday time. What's that? Hold on a second. Yeah, these are all a little bit generic emotes, but hey, man. Take what you got, right? Work with what you got to work with. I'm looking for a choo-choo train, but I'm not seeing one. Just saying. Let's see. Is there a birthday cake in here? It's gotta be. There's a stack of pancakes that's almost, no, not quite. Oh, there's a taco, man. I'll definitely send you a taco. Even though it's not, oh, it's Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Oh, yeah, well, I'm gonna send you 3 tacos for Tuesday. It is Tuesday. It actually friggin' is Tuesday. Oh, save up to get your own semi? Oh, no shit. Oh, well, good luck with that, man. Shit, if it's good money, you'll be there before you know it. Just be patient. You got that shit. You got that shit. Here, let's see. Oh, what'd you say? You said 40 liters of wine? Yeah, we don't have the cool-ass tacos. We don't have the homemade. Okay, so there's 40 of those. And a beer and a cheers. Oh, wait, there's a cheers. There's some champagne cheers, too. Well, might as well chase it with a shot. Or, wait, no, that's the chasing. That's backwards, right? And let's see. You said you B&B'd, like, an estate and shit, right? For your whole family and shit like that? Sounds pretty cool. It almost sounds like a castle, so we'll throw a castle in there. Hold on, bro. I'm trying to be complete here, man. This is serious emote shit. And let's see. You partied what, day and night, right? Day and night? Day and night. All right, so we're just gonna throw that in there. Hold on a second. I don't know what you said about the whole music thing. If your band buddies ever, did you get to fucking pound on some drums? Just pound on the drums like a complete jackass just because you felt like it? I mean, it's your birthday, you should be able to do that. I don't see any drums here. Why the fuck aren't there any drums here, come to think of it? Like, that's actually not cool. Okay, I'm totally not cool with that. All right. All right, man. There you go, buddy. There's your 40 liters of wine and and happy birthday and fucking Taco Tuesday and yeah, and cheers and party day and night and there you go. And I guess you got another week of that shit. All right, I'm gonna close this window so I don't crash my damn stream. All right, there we go. All right, sorry. I gotta do. Let me do Anders tactics so Anders will at least half-ass do what he's supposed to. Oh, you found a drum? Oh, you did. Hey, Blade found a drum. All right, good on you, man. All right, so we go. First, we just activate all the activatables. Activatables? Is that activatables? Activatables. Rogora. Elemental weapons. I hate it when they're already there in order because this thing will stop doing it. It's almost like I want to change it. And then come back in and set it again. Anyway. All right, so haste. I like this. Oh, that's on iPhone? Oh, nice. Oh, so does it depend on which device you're on too? Like that's some actual shit? Oh, that's pretty cool. I did find wine glasses and cheers and beer mugs and stuff like that. I did find those. Even a shot glass and a castle. Sort of a castle. I guess that's a castle. Looked like a castle to me. And a birthday trophy. And a foam number one finger. I don't know. You know, birthday shit. What does a foam number one finger have to do with birthdays? Well, it's your birthday. Which one? This one. Sounds pretty legit to me. I like doing this. Self. At least one enemy is alive. Now, think about tactics. As long as one enemy is alive, meaning that if you've killed everybody and the only thing you're left fighting is a dragon, as long as one enemy is alive, use haste. If all the enemies are dead, stop using that shit. It seems pretty simple, right? Yeah. All right, so here we're going to do self-health minus 25. Health potion. Okay. And then ally health minus 50. We're going to do minus 50. Hit that early. So I have all of my party healing themselves at 25. That means if heal isn't available and they don't get healed at like 50% health, when they hit 25, they've got like a backup, right? It does come in handy with your tank, and your tank is dying the slowest of anybody. In this case, the tank is going to be me, right? Okay, and then what we're going to do here is self mana. No. 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 Now we're going to do enemy status. Staggered. Usability. Chain lightning. Okay, that's all the abilities we really have right now. So now we can use these next two. Self, mana, minus 25. Use item, lyrium potion. Right? Enemy. Target using ranged attack. Attack. You want all your ranged allies attacking archers. So like if you're playing tank and you got Varric and you got 2 mages, all your archers are going to be dead while you're dealing with, you know, melee characters or even mages, right? Now you could put ranged or magic attack, but honestly, if there's a mage, your job is to go kill it as soon as possible anyway. It's your biggest threat. It's almost always going to be a blood mage, and it's going to be able to destroy your party in like 2 seconds. You want to knock that bitch on its ass and kill it before it can stand up. If you can't do that, you're in trouble anyway, right? So, I mean, if you got everybody focused, now you can press both bumper buttons. I'm not sure how you do it on PC, but in console, you press both bumper buttons, and you can get everybody to attack the same target. If you got one hyper threat, and you have to kill that thing now, and then worry about the rest of it later, you can do that. But that's a command thing, and you don't need tactics for that. So, like this is like perfect tactics for your support / healer mage. You've got one offensive spell, one. Eventually, you might give Anders spirit abilities, but Meryl has that. So, not so sure you even need that. But if you give it to Anders, you could have Anders use Spirit Bolt and ignore the elemental tree entirely. And then Meryl, but I mean, honestly, Meryl is really best with filling out the elemental tree, filling out the spirit tree, getting that extra crit chance. But you can give Anders that crit chance too. But we all know what happens to Anders in the long run, so. Right, Zoom, yeah, you got the fucking zoomies. It is like the zoomies. Like a pug with the zoomies. It's like you're just bouncing off the furniture and shit. It really is. It's like a pug with the zoomies. Oh my god. Or a chihuahua with the zoomies. Oh man, have you ever seen a chihuahua with the zoomies? Oh god. They really are like hamsters on crack. And then when they stop, they're just sitting there vibrating. You know what I'm saying? Like chihuahuas, they just vibrate. Dude, those might be some of the coolest dogs ever. If I get a dog, if I went to like a shelter and I saw an old chihuahua and the chihuahua looked at me and said, "Bro, can I be your best friend?" And I'd be like, "Let's be best friends." And he's like, "Okay, we're best friends now. So you're not going to betray me and just leave, right?" And I'd be like, "No, I have to take you home now. To be best friends?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." And then he'd be like, "Yo quiero Taco Bell? You got snacks?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, I got snacks." He'd be like, "Okay, cool." And that would be it. But half the time your chihuahua, even if they're like literally 11 years old, they're just going to vibrate. They're just going to sit there and be nervous. Dude, why are you nervous? I'm not being nervous. I am nervous. I'm a chihuahua. I'm nervous. No, that's literally a condition. Like, it's literally like a thing. Like, it's not something they do. It's something they are. They're literally just nervous. Even the chill chihuahuas, they're still nervous. I don't know why, but they're pretty awesome like that. Oh, what happened? Yeah, no, Anders would kill itself on purpose. Like, that's the thing. She needs surgery. Surgery on what? Well, I mean, maybe that's none of our business. But well, I mean, she called you. Well, it's good that she called you. And second, to let you know. So, can you go see her, or is she like super far away type thing? I mean, didn't you take like the whole week off? You took the whole week off. If you're super worried about it, you could probably just go there, right? Maybe that's something to do. I'm a strong believer in when somebody's incapacitated like that, in getting, at least getting the message to them by showing up and saying, okay, are you really all right? And they'll be like, dude, it's nothing. Why'd you even show up? Well, I showed up because you're in the fucking hospital. That's why. You know. Well, okay, you didn't have to worry about it. Oh, whatever. But I mean, like, sometimes that means, like, just everything. You don't do it just because it means everything, but you do it because it means everything, right? For that person. And honestly, I think it helps them get better. I really do. I really do. If they give a shit about you and you show up, you show that you give a shit about them too. Like, I mean, really, that's pretty basic human shit. No matter who it is, family, friend, just an acquaintance, somebody from work. Maybe they don't have anybody to come visit them. Well, it's your grandma. She's probably got 1,000 people to come visit her, but still, either way. Anything like that, you just show up out of nowhere, just complete surprise. I don't know, bring some shit. Sneak some chocolates in or something. You know, just little shit like that. Watch TV, chat with them, help them pass the time for a little bit. Let them know they can call you whenever. You know, that's some basic human stuff that I believe. That's just kindness. That's just care, kindness, compassion, concern, selflessness. That if everybody showed that to everybody just once a day, if everybody did it, you got at least third, if not half, maybe even 2/3 of the world population that's incapable of that. But let's just say theoretically, fantasy-wise, you know, unicorns shitting out pixie dust and making the world a wonderful, colorful place, that could actually happen just once a day from everybody. The world actually would be a unicorn shitting pixie dust, and then the world actually would be a wonderful place. It's not going to happen, but it would be cool. Even for one day, right? Hard time. Really? Okay. Hadn't heard of that, but hey, I mean, the body does weird shit. Yeah, as long as she's all right. That's At least you can say, "Hey, Grandma, you got that unique condition," because I've never heard of that before. So that's kind of awesome. And then she'll be like, "Yeah, because I'm awesome because I'm your grandma," and you'll be like, "Yeah, true story. All good though." Well, then that sounds like she'll be out tomorrow. So you won't even have time to go. Yeah. It's those long hospital stays that need attention. Let's see. All right, so I guess just give. I mean, because this thing's a piece of crap, right? Right. Right. I would say go to Merrill, but the bad part is we don't have any electric. Everything that we have that's cool, something is immune to. Electric is like the one thing. There was an electric staff that I could have bought for cheap. I didn't buy it because I knew we were going to level up at least a couple more times before we went anywhere. So it's like by the time we got there, that staff was going to be a piece of crap. It's just been a waste of money. But
So, you were in the circle and ran away?
Anders was in the circle and ran away several times. You know what? Every time they captured Anders, knowing he murdered Templars, every time he escaped, do you know what they did to Anders? He says that if you even look at a mage the wrong way, the Templars will murder you just for doing it. Anders himself escaped the circle to go apostate at least a half a dozen times and got caught every time because it's a stupid woke pedophile. But still, and what happened to it? Well, here it is, setting up terrorism and ready to murder everybody. It's almost like Anders was the beneficiary of a woke justice system that lets a motherfucker out at least a dozen times, if not more, to go stab some poor Ukrainian refugee who just got out of a bomb shelter and somehow managed to survive to come and get murdered on a train by some piece of fucking shit who'd already been to prison more times than you've had birthdays. How about that? Pretty cool, right? Just saying. Well, Anders is that dude, that thing. Anders has just had some fucking dreads and just start knifing people on subways. Because it's been caught over a half dozen times and never gotten in trouble. And just escaped again and murdered Templars and innocent people, along with a few rapes and child molestations and a couple kidnappings every single time. And just every time it gets caught, it knows it's going to get a cushy little fucking place where it can chill so it can just escape again. Because, hey, you haven't murdered enough people yet. We need to keep letting you go. Did I hit a nerve with that one? Hope so. All right. Exact same thing. Oh, lunchtime? Oh, man, you spent our lunch with us, man? Oh, appreciate it. Well, shit, thanks for dropping in, and go make that good money that you can't spend until you can go buy a truck and then go make your own money and do whatever the hell you want. And send us some postcards from some of those, some out-of-the-way places. You know those cool-ass motels that have, like, the one swimming pool and tumbleweeds and shit going through them and stuff like that? You know, that type of shit. Send us some postcards. We want to hear travel stories. Seriously. All right. Yeah, let's go try to buy some shit. I guess. There's one, two, at least 3 places we can, maybe 4 we can find a staff. You notice the gallows aren't even open yet? I don't think they open until we get, what's his face? What's his name? Shortmouth? You know what I'm talking about? The dwarf? Javaris. I have to go see Javaris. Okay, the first thing we're doing here, before we do anything else, we're going to get Meryl, we're going to do the Bone Pit, and we're going to unlock the Talvashoth Caverns. And if we can do those 3, we'll get all the materials we need for Runes of Fortune. So we can start actually making some money. Which, all the money you make in Act 1 really kind of dictates what you can afford the rest of the game, pretty much. I always try to sneak in Runes of Fortune anytime after that, as long as I think I can at least get the investment back. They only cost like 30 silver, but you got to make 30 silver profit just to pay for them. So if you know you're going to get some decent money drops, you can increase those money drops by a certain amount. And as long as it's more than 30 silver, everything after that is profit. So that's a good thing. Right, so we can get out again and probably do it again under some kind of release and this and that. That's just, it's this thing in the justice system, which is just, it's promoting shit like this. You know that poor girl? The crazy thing is, she's actually got pictures of her that look like model portfolios. So before this Russian-Ukraine shit went down, apparently she was like on track to be like, like a model and all this stuff. And in fact, she may have actually been one Anyway, beautiful girl, and she was actually in a bomb shelter when she got pulled out of Ukraine and got citizenship over here to escape that. And she was like literally, you know, a war refugee over here. She escapes the Russian-Ukrainian war in a bomb shelter to come over here and get stabbed in the neck by a jackfuck, mumbling to itself, and while everybody just sits around and just lets it happen. Dude, that's just... What words you got for that, man? Yeah, it's hard not to say something so politically insensitive but so true regarding that you can't even argue with it. All you can do is cancel somebody because it's too true. Because if you ever tell the truth, you get canceled these days. Yeah, you ever listen to any of Tom McDonald's songs? That motherfucker hit the nail on the head every single time, and I don't think ever really got it wrong. I mean, nobody's perfect, but it's pretty goddamn close. Just saying. I'm not a rap fan, but I can respect the truth. And I can respect a common sense viewpoint that doesn't leave a lot of room for argument. I can respect that. All right, so we need to go find an electric staff to even get this started. So let's see. There's Bodan and Hubert sell staffs, and then there's the lady at the gallows that sells staffs, but I'm not. Oh, and then Lowtown. All right, there's at least one merchant in Lowtown. As long as we can find just a electric staff, and then you can take a fire staff up there. It doesn't do a lot, but it's at least not useless. I don't know. The Revenant is immune to fire, but the Revenant's immune to cold too. It's weak to spirit, but all the shades are immune to spirit. So,
I've always wondered.
And if you use a nature staff, everything's weak to nature except the corpses, and half the enemies you fight are corpses. So, honestly, just electric staff is.
Me, my brother.
Oh, yeah, that one? Dude, he wrote that on the fly. He didn't even memorize it yet. He was literally reading it off the paper as he wrote it. And he just said, and you know, he was about to cry when he walked off. He was like, that shit was teared up. He was feeling that shit. And everything he said right there was just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, yeah. It wasn't even like anything like super just out there. It was just like, and it's a simple rhythm. He's used that rhythm in several songs. You know, all the breaks and all the hooks and all the cuts and all the, it was nothing. It was the words. It was just the words. Like, he got that shit out. And you could tell he like literally wrote that off the top of his head and hadn't even memorized it yet. And he was just reading it off of that. Now, was he doing that just for the camera? I really don't think so. I think he hadn't memorized it yet. Not that it wasn't important to him. It was just like, I'm going to get this while it's fresh and just say it like I mean it. That's it. He'd obviously recorded it outside that, and he was lip syncing it as far as that goes. But I still really actually believe he hadn't even memorized it yet. He couldn't just, spit that shit at 1,000 miles an hour just off the top of his head. I don't think so. I think he wanted to say what he said. Like this and nothing else. You know what I mean? That's how it seemed to me.
Don't worry.
I could be taking it wrong.
Helping people and killing
Could just be
people
for the
is what I'm
camera.
best at.
Whatever. I wouldn't put anything past people these days, but still.
I hope there will be no call to kill
Yeah, what he said was, just, it is what it is. No flare, no flash.
He was so proud.
Gotta respect that a little bit.
I pleaded with him not to join the order, but he wouldn't listen. You
like my mason jar or my pickle jar? Like that?
Templars and night.
How long have I had this thing? I've had this like same jar
My
for
brother is gone.
gotta be 6, 8, 10 years. I don't know.
So you think the Templars what, killed and ate your brother?
Maker forbid. I don't know what happened. He just stopped writing me. I tried to see him, but Knight Commander Meredith threw me out. They won't tell me anything.
Your brother may indeed be in trouble. What can I
You
do
think the
for you?
Templars, what,
Perchance.
ate
In
your brother?
journeys, if you find yourself on the gallows, ask the other recruits
They actually
what
believe
to
shit like
hear
that.
about my brother.
There's actually Templars that are saying, oh, if you don't pass this trial, you don't survive. And this other Templar's like, shut up, idiot. Just buying into everything they tell you. Just come on, man. I mean, stop for a second and breathe. Like, this is... Oh, man. All right, let's see if we can find an electric staff. Doesn't have to be fancy. I hope it's not fancy because it's going to cost a fortune if it is. So that's not bad for Canary. Like, one cold staff and one nature staff is great for Canary. Like, I'm totally down with that. Right. What do we have? Cold and fire. Son of a bitch. I would buy that anyway. It's got some really cool shit on it. Now, an extra fire staff is probably up to par. That would only be if we wanted to go do night lives like right now. Have two good fire staffs. We can go wreck that shit in like no time. But I really want to get some runes of fortune. I want to do all that shit when we can actually make some money. Seriously. Oh, come on, man. Really? Bitch. I guess we go to Lowtown then. Shit, I guess. Well, we can go get this started too. Yeah, but seriously. Ghislaine de Carac. Defend my wife, because she is useless. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Have you seen my
Ha ha.
Minette?
Ha ha. This dude.
What do you mean you
I
can't
don't-
help me?
I don't care.
This is a domestic
This shit is
matter,
hilarious to me.
sir. If your wife has chosen to leave you, there's nothing we can do.
Ninette is my wife. She's legally bound to me. Bring her back.
Bring her
We're
back.
done here.
That's your job. Bring her back. Ha ha. Ha ha.
Useless. Why are we still paying
Useless.
those sluggards?
You know what would be amazing? Is if Joe Wyatt would have thought about this to say, ha ha, pay me instead. I like being paid. Ha ha. Dude, if Joe Wyatt would have done that shit, come on, man. I don't
You
know.
should
It would
pay
probably
somebody
offend somebody, but
Well,
god
I
damn it,
do.
it would be funny.
I like being paid.
I'm just
If you
saying.
can find Ninette, I will gladly pay you. That foolish woman has caused me nothing but embarrassment.
Good times.
She needs to be dragged home. Her family is getting suspicious. They think I might have done something.
Done something.
Even if...
Ha ha.
Well, I just want to make sure they know I didn't do it.
Guy over here. This is awesome.
I'll try my best to find Ninette and bring her home.
You should talk to Jethan at the Blooming Rose. I didn't know she visited whores.
Pause.
Until Jethan sent a letter to our house. He even sent her flowers once. Lilies. Her favorite. Ah, talking about it makes my head hurt. Good luck to you, Sarah.
Okay, let's just stop here for a second. Everybody on the stream, let's just think about it.
Absolutely.
he gets a letter supposedly from Chthon, who never sent that letter. All right, let's just understand that. Gets a letter and lilies, which is a huge thing later. But somebody in the Blooming Rose knows that his wife was visiting Chthon, so could use that name and the lilies to draw his wife out, whatever. That means there's eyes on in the whorehouse. And who would that be? How about maybe the apostate that you have to interrogate to find out where all the blood mages are hidden, and they reveal their conspiracy to not only turn all the Templars crazy, but make Knight Commander Meredith look crazy in the public eye, because the mages, specifically the blood mages, are spreading all the gossip and the propaganda, and the Templars aren't doing any of it. But the Templars being there too, with the apostate, tells me it's her eyes that got word to the actual serial killer on what name to use, who to send it to, who she is, and to let the killer have access to that woman and deflect any investigation into that woman, because you've got a blood mage prostitute working in the brothel itself as the eyes and ears of Orsino, Anders, the serial killer blood mage, and all of their mage underground that's working in Kirkwall to bring all the blood mages in, to hide with sympathetic blood slave nobles who have been completely possessed, controlled by these blood mages, so that all of a sudden they're everywhere on the streets, which they are in Act 3, especially around the noble mansions and manors and stuff. Put two and two together, and you actually see a really well-rounded, formulated story going on here, and you can see who's actually doing what and how they're doing it. Even here in Act 1, before we've actually even done anything. Just listen to what's actually being said, not what they're trying to tell you to think, but what's actually being said from the victims, so you can see who's actually causing all this. And you'll find a blood mage literally behind every single bush. It's not paranoia if they really actually are out to get you. And that's kind of the philosophy here that controls all of the writing and the entire world state for pretty much the entire Dragon Age franchise. Well, until you get to Inquisition and whatever that other thing is that has nothing to do with Dragon Age. We're not even going to talk about that because the Dragon Age story is dead at that point, but it's still got a lot to tell you even through the first two games. A little bit in Inquisition, but not much, because they basically almost completely abandoned Dragon Age at that point. But anyway, but if you can put two and two and two together, you can get 6. Find out how this shit actually works. Oh, now we got the gallows. Okay, well, there's a merchant here. She's got a great fire staff, but she might have another staff. Is that loose ends? I'm not trying to do any more side quests until I can get the ability to make more money. I mean, we got to do a bunch of questing to just even get that, so every loot drop after that point is going to be magnified by whatever money gain you have.
Just wondering if feathered pauldrons are an essential part of the moody rebel mage persona.
What are you talking about?
I'm working on an epic poem. Hopelessly romantic apostate. An epic struggle against forces he can't possibly defeat.
What do you mean, can't possibly defeat?
A good story unless the hero.
In the morning and study the charts.
Yeah, see, we can't even do the the herbalist guy. He wants you to go collect some stuff. We can't even do that yet. But this we need. Fire. God. Now, see, if that was electric, I would buy it. Even though it's almost a gold piece, I would buy it. That staff for a fire staff is just stupid. You can walk into Night Lies and honestly, you can kill everything before the next spawn even drops out of the ceiling. Yeah, you can literally kill everything that fast. If you have that staff and any other fire staff, yeah, it's really actually over. But we have to have these. I don't need to buy this now, but I need the pattern for it so I can make some later. That you have to have for the deep roads. You cannot. Well, I'm not saying you can't kill the rock wraith without that, but it makes it 1 billion times harder. If it's even possible based on however you go into the deep roads.
Do you know a recruit named Karen? His sister is looking for him.
We cannot speak to you, Messer.
Oh, good. We'll just be leaving,
Bethany.
then.
Oh, good.
To go somewhere
Well,
that isn't the gallows.
see you then.
To the void with that. Karen and the others are missing.
But our orders...
The Knights aren't doing anything to find them. Maybe it's time to ask for outside help.
Well, since you're willing to whisper.
You're already defying orders to talk to me. Might as well share the good stuff.
Share the good stuff.
I hear that Knight Commander Meredith has some new initiation you have to go through. If you're not strong enough...
So I'm saying Joe Wyatt is the best. Might as well share the good stuff.
Her own people? That's horrible.
And a mage is just instantly gonna believe this shit.
Recruits keep going missing.
Any rumor, any propaganda.
What?
The world's against us. It's easy to believe that you're the victim of everything. That excuses all of your actions. That's woke ideology that's destroying the world. So, I'm the victim of everything, and it excuses anything I do. Nothing is right or wrong anymore because I'm the victim. Victim of fucking what? Your own goddamn intentional ignorance, which is the definition of stupidity. Hating fucking everything good. Because your soul is and your spirit has been poisoned to the point that you're not even human anymore? Come on, man. That's the mage plight here. That's the woke plight in the current world. They're literally parallel. They're identical. They even have the same psychology and everything. Dude, it's crazy. And they wrote this shit 15 years ago. That's pretty deep, man.
If Wilmot came back, he might know more
Just
about
saying.
the other missing recruits.
I bet he would.
That's not even political. That's just an observation.
Going outside Kirkwall.
There's parallels there.
He said.
I think that makes a game better when it has some depth to it. When it's actually worth playing.
That wasn't too long ago.
Then when the combat, the tactics, the builds, and the replayability are just as deep as the story writing. Dude, where else do you find that? Not many games can claim even one or two of those things, much less all of it. You know what I'm going to do? I can buy one thing. So I can't make it yet. I'm going to buy it right now. I just got to remember to use it. If you guys let me forget to use this, I'm going to blame you. Just saying. Use what? Don't worry about it. How could we remind you to use something if you don't tell us what it is? Just deal with it. What? That's not fair. Exactly. What? No, I need to put these runes in this axe. And use this shit on these guard pretenders, because that's about all that fire runes are good for, to be honest. Okay, the only other place I can think of finding an electric staff is Lowtown, I guess. We need just somebody to have one. Lyrene might sell one too, maybe. But pretty much it's this place where you get this one down here. Yes. Oh shit, we're all the way down here.
A human, an elf, and a dwarf walk into a bar.
The human says, "You're lucky you're so short. That hurt like mad."
could have just stopped me,
I hate how Varric is like completely snowed over.
Andraste's grace be with you.
No luck? Keep searching.
Alright, so maybe we'll find one here. This is honestly probably our best shot. Oh my god, that's an amazing staff. Bound staff? There it is. See, it's only 37 silver. Just for basic electricity damage. That'll get us Meryl. That will get us Meryl. But dude, if I was playing a Blood Mage, I'd be like, what the fuck, bro? That... Why don't I find shit like that when I'm playing a Blood Mage? Like, dude, that's early, and that is high damage. That's high damage, especially for having a stat, and it only costs a... That should cost, like... Okay, so I think that one, like, 2.5 gold piece staff only does, like, 15 or 17. And it costs 2.5 gold. This is better if you're playing a Blood Mage. That's just crazy. So it's, I mean, it's kind of early to be getting into Blood Magic anyway. I'm still going to fulfill a Blood Mage build. We're still going to play it all the way through and just do that shit. I've got the build for it. I do. We tried it, and everything was going fucked up, right? And I'm like, okay, this is weird. I'm playing on a 360. There's no way backwards compatibility is corrupting this. And then we tried something else, and then I actually went and looked in the save files. Do you realize that the entire game, it shows that it's like, what, 7.9? Well, it was weird because one was like 7.9 and one was 8.1. But the save file it was using to play the game had a big exclamation point on it. Like a corrupt save. It was incomplete. How are you letting me play a game that's incomplete? What's not there? Or what is there? Or what's corrupt? Or whatever. Now, we haven't had a problem since we literally deleted all of that, and now we're just playing straight up off the digital copy, but it has the update in place. So, and everything's been copacetic since, right? I mean, it's been playing fine. If anything's bad, it's just because I suck. So far. And I haven't seen anything quirky about the game. It doing like sketchy shit and like enemies are level 50 now. It's like, bro, we're only level 5. Well, enemies are level 50 and you can't kill shit and you die. And then if you reload, enemies are level 5 again. What? No, that hasn't happened. So it's been good so far. Anyway, we found an electric staff. So now what we need to do is get the hell out of here and go get Meryl right now. I don't know that I put Meryl in my party until Act 2 because Bethany's available and I'm taking Bethany into the deep roads anyway. So we'll get Meryl because we need the stuff in the Sundermount Caverns. Like Silverite, Lyrium. We need that to make like Runes of Fortune. Like that's important. I'm gonna go refill because. Breakfast, huh? Breakfast. You're having a late breakfast. When I get off, I'm gonna make at least one, if not two, wraps. I get these. They're not tortillas. They're just wraps. They call them wraps. So basically, they're like super light tortillas, and they have like the ones I get have either like tomato and basil, or they have like spinach and herb. Anyway, they got they just taste better than just, you know, like a flour or corn tortilla, and they're lighter, and meaning that like they don't sit heavy like a tortilla might. I mean, if you're looking for a good greasy, like, you know, soft taco or burrito or something, I mean, you want like a heavy tortilla to, you know. But these are like super light, really good for light shit. Like I'll take turkey, chicken, roast beef, whatever, sliced, right? Put a little bit of that in there, some cheese, and then some lettuce, and then, I don't know, guacamole if I've got it, maybe some peppers or whatever, mustard, yellow mustard, just simple shit. I mean, they cost nothing to make, and the wraps are like this big, right? Like they're friggin' huge. So you can make like a wrap that's like, you know, like that, right? And they cost nothing. They're super light. Summertime they're great because I don't like eating heavy food. No pasta, no bread, none of that shit. Even tortillas, like it's just heavy. Like at work, I won't even make a pizza with dough. I'll use cheese as a base, right? I'll get like a little pan. I'll use cheese or whatever, you know, any kind of whatever. Get cheese as a base, and then take like some veggies like mushrooms, onions. Those go great together. Maybe some olives, banana peppers are good for a little bit of tart and whatever. And then I'll cover it with cheese on top. Then might take like some caramelized onions and put them on top of that, and then run them through. So there's no dough or anything like that, and it's just like, it's almost like just a little, I don't know, like a little cheese pie type thing. Veggies, cheese, and you put a little butter in the pan, and the cheese doesn't burn. It just kind of creates this, instead of dough, it's just like a base. And I mean, you can actually cut it and eat it like that. Dude, it's fantastic. It's light. If you let it go through and then push it back in a little bit and let it go through a little bit more, then the onions and the mushrooms and everything else, and the butter and all that shit kind of mixes together, and it becomes like this. Oh man, it's friggin' fantastic. Cheap as shit. Fantastic. I've really been staying away from breads. The only thing close to bread I get is those wraps. And they're, okay, let's put it this way. A wrap that's this big is 270 calories. Okay, that's like, you could eat 4 of them for one tortilla, for example. Like literally. So, yeah. Well, 2 of them at least for one tortilla, so. Alright, we do not need frost here. I guess we give, who do we give the electric staff to? We're giving it to somebody and just let him keep it. Here, she can use it. And I don't want spirit here. Spirit bonus damage against demons. Doesn't do shit to shades, though. That's the problem. It doesn't do shit to shades. Cold is the highest damage, but some of these enemies are actually resistant to it. That's fine. That's cool. We'll just run with that.
Not doing anything.
Yeah, see, that's what happens when you don't have any aggro, right? The only aggro I have is from my damage. But literally, I've got my entire party scattered like cockroaches, and I'm just trying to chase down one enemy here, one enemy there. It's hard to kill everything if they don't centralize them. If you got to chase down 5 enemies, you got to jump all around the map and take like 5 times longer than if they would just come attack you like they're supposed to, right? So you need threat. You need some kind of threat. That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh, nice. You know, I haven't had a proper sesame bun on anything like in forever. I'm trying to think of the last time I had a sesame bun. It's just got that crunch. It's got that crunch that nothing else has. Right? Sesame seed buns are fantastic. Somehow they're just amazing.
Old Shemlin, your kind are not welcome among the Dalish.
I think about the only place we can really find them on the regular around here, it's Arby's. If you can even find an Arby's. I haven't seen an Arby's in like forever. They're just not what they used to be. But their roast beef melt, you know, their cheese sauce on roast beef in a sesame bun, man, that shit, that was the shit. Yeah, that was those are pretty good, man. I'm not gonna lie, those are pretty good.
I'm not expecting tea and cakes. I just need to see someone.
I'm trying to think of where you can get a sesame bun anywhere nowadays.
Wait, this is the one the keeper spoke of.
A Shemlin?
Oh shit!
I thought she...
I can't think of a single place.
Enter the camp. Keeper Marathari has been waiting for you.
Cause trouble, and you'll meet our blade.
Maybe like a Panera Bread. Panera Bread probably has something like that. But you got to go spend $10 on a $5 sandwich.
Marathari? I was told to bring you this amulet.
And we don't even have any of those around here. Oh shit. Shit, I guess you just gotta go to the store and get them yourself nowadays.
Indeed, I am Keeper Marathari. Let me look at you. There is a light in your heart, human. Don't let it go out. You will need it. Tell me how this burden fell to you, child.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, like a mom and pop bakery, like just a bakery, bread shop. That's just not something most people do here nowadays. I think everything's streamlined and commercialized now for the most part. I'm not saying people don't do that. It's not like there's not bakers around, but everything mom and pop, everything like natural has been pushed to the wayside. Like it's mainstream food, fast food, commercial grocers that might have a bakery at the grocer so that you can pay extra for something that you should be able to get anywhere from some mom and pop place. But nobody really goes there anymore. Not enough people to really even keep those people alive that do really the good work. Like, they make the good shit. The stuff that's not, full of poison and full of bullshit and all this and that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's pretty much been pushed to the wayside here. I'm glad it's a little different over there. I'd love to visit England, the UK over there. I'd love to visit Europe. I'd love to see it. First of all, I want to taste real beer, and then I've heard your food is lacking at times, but I'm from America in the South, and I eat jalapenos straight out of the jar. I'll eat jalapenos straight off the bush, straight off the plant, actually. So y'all can't really relate to that shit. Apparently, you guys don't even use salt and pepper on some of your stuff. So now I know you got your Hamato sauce, which your country doesn't even even allow you to have. So you know what I'm saying? That says a lot. I would probably really like it, but yeah, your local food, from what I've heard, leaves a little bit to be desired, and that goes back a couple world wars, and that's American opinion that came back to America from what you guys got as far as, you know, culinary. Anyway, no offense, just saying. I would like to see for myself. There's probably some things that I'd probably actually like really enjoy. Like, what do you guys call it? Pretty sure this is a UK thing. Your fish and chips, like fried but not really seasoned or anything, but like just basically like fish and chips. Don't y'all? Isn't that like a staple? And then there's there's some kind of meat pie you guys have too. Shepherd's pie? Something? I don't know. Y'all probably call it something else. Like I said, there's a culture clash here. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I've vaguely heard about things, and I'm like, well, I'd be willing to give it a shot just to see. Honestly, as long as it doesn't have pork in it. Is it? I mean, you like spicy shit personally, so if you say it's good, I'm saying, like, what I've heard. Now, I've also watched, oh man, what's that YouTuber? Food Meets Beard, or Beard Meets Food, or whatever. He's from the UK, but he comes over to the US a lot and does like food challenges. And dude, I've never seen anybody eat like that. And the dude, he's kind of jacked. Like he obviously keeps himself physically fit a lot. But I've never seen anybody eat like that. He will eat more food than his actual body weight, and then ask for dessert and shit. And I'm like, Beard Meets Food, yeah. Anyway, that dude, you know what I'm talking about? Anyway, he comes over here and talks about things, and then he'll sometimes, when you watch him like just eating a ridiculous amount of food like it ain't shit, and then do it like, then double it and then triple it and quadruple it and still be eating, and like, how the fuck do you even do that? Anyway, I've seen him do that stuff. He's done it around the world, but he really has come over to America and done a few things. And he talks about the barbecue over here and stuff like that, and it's like, they don't really have it over there. But then he'll talk about certain other things, like certain fried stuff, especially potatoes and certain other stuff. And he'll compare it to what he's used to over there in Europe. And he'll say, like, we don't even have this, or we've got that, and this is okay, but it doesn't compare to, home type thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, everybody's got their thing. I would like to really just go to the UK and just say, like, what do y'all think pizza is? You've told me about shit on a McDonald's menu that I've never heard of. And McDonald's is American. So, like, why is, I'm sure places around the world that carry a particular name are probably going to be a whole lot different. Like, if there's a McDonald's in Saudi Arabia, there's probably not a single pork item anywhere on their menu. I doubt it. I'm not saying there's not, but I seriously doubt it. See what I'm saying? Like, so what would they actually serve besides, hamburgers and this and that? Like, what do they actually have? If there's a McDonald's in Israel, there's some Israelites that actually make it a religion to not eat a cheeseburger. I'm not going to get into that, but that's a fact. Just because I know this personally, right? Actually had a small argument about it until I realized that's not something that's in my place to argue about. If that's what you believe, if that's your thing, okay. But I'll never ever understand that personally. But okay, I can't criticize it. I can't judge it. If that's your thing, people think I'm crazy for not eating pork, and that's definitely a Christian thing. Christians do not eat pork. And if you say to yourself, well, I'm a Christian and I eat pork, Well, okay, I'm not saying you're not a Christian because you eat pork, but Christians don't eat pork. That's definitely a biblical health law. That is one of the most poisonous things you can actually consume on the face of the planet, other than maybe a vulture. And even then, I think a pig's actually worse. Based on a vulture does a lot of its stuff outside of its body. Anyway, a pig stores everything in its fat and then dies. And you want to eat that on purpose? All of its poisons. A pig can eat raw AIDS with cuts in its mouth and not get AIDS. It stores all of its poison. And people eat that shit on purpose and think it's great. Well, people do cocaine on purpose and think it's great and then die, destroy their fucking family, their job, their livelihood, their everything. They think that's great, and you can't tell them anything else. So if people think pork is great, you can't tell them anything else. But the truth is, it's fucking poison, and God said, I designed your body, and this is like putting sugar in your fucking gas tank. But people insist on doing it. Of course, people insist on, I don't know, raping children and murdering people and fucking kidnapping and being woke and fucking hating Jesus. So I guess people are just going to do what they do. So everything's cool, right? Doesn't make it cool. It just means people are going to do what they want to do. Free will. You've got it. If you want to abuse it to break every law instead of keep any law, well, then that's on you. Guess what? It's got consequences, and you have to pay that. Don't like that? It's still true. Not liking it doesn't make it less true. Anyway.
A dragon fell from the sky, charred some darkspawn, then asked me to...
Yeah, right. Like if there were a McDonald's in India, they would serve a shit ton of Fanta, and there wouldn't be any beef anywhere on the menu. I wouldn't think. If there is, I would hate to be an Indian going and getting a hamburger at McDonald's in India.
Then
you might not even, you might be shunned out of your community, I would think. Like,
do this and your debt will
like you just wouldn't do that.
Are you going to teach me this rite for the departed?
I will send my first with you.
How's it going? Oh, it's going great.
She will see
we've spent 90% of our time talking tonight, though.
When it is complete,
I've been streaming for 3 hours, 11 minutes, and time sync 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds, and we probably played about 20 minutes of it. Maybe. Well, if you count talking to people, we played about an hour of it. If you count actually, like, you know, killing shit, which is what we're supposed to be doing, no, about probably less than 20 minutes of it, actually. But it's my Friday. It's James' birthday. And Joe Wyatt is the best voice actress to ever voice act a video game in the history of female voice actors ever. That's what we got going for us. Outside of that, I mean, the run's going great. Haven't had to really test it because I think we've gotten in 2 fights in 3 hours. Is that about right, guys? About 2 fights in 3 hours? Ish? Something like that. But we are working our way towards killing shit, so we can get enough stuff to make runes of fortune, so we can make money, because that's what makes the world go round. If it means killing shit, well, you do what you got to do. That's... Dude, that is so hypocritical to say that. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's going fine. Sorry.
That seems a little...
No, I'm not sorry. We're actually having fun. I'm having fun. You guys seem to be having fun. We're having fun together, and if we're not...
For you on the trail just up the mountain.
I congratulate you for still being here.
I think I've made this.
Yeah, we're not close to leveling up again. One more good level would be amazing. Because then Barrett could do his whole disorient shit, and that would be fantastic. I think we'll probably level about the time that we take Meryl to her house in the alienage. We'll probably level up then. That's my guess. Too old? Come on, man.
If I were the keeper,
just because I'm older than basically everybody in the chat put together, doesn't mean I'm too old, does it?
They were cursed.
Oh, maybe it does.
Each day, more lose themselves to the beast.
Nah, fuck the Templar tree. It's completely useless. I mean, I guess if you're trying to tank, it serves a purpose, I guess. If you're trying to tank. But I don't know. I mean, if there's damage you can do and you just don't do it on purpose, that kind of just doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah, no.
What's this about curses? And beasts?
This Shemlin speaks for the werewolves of the Brazilian forest.
I'm not actually convinced that the Templar passives actually work the way they're supposed to. Like simply just doing more damage to like demons and spellcasters and this and that, blah blah blah.
Even the Lady of
I
the
don't
Forest is growing wild.
I don't see that it actually like
nothing but monsters.
Does what it says it does.
Then you'll see murders.
The game doesn't play that way.
We are done.
In my opinion. But the Berserker, the Berserker does what it says it does. Oh, you kill everything 5 times faster. But if you run out of stamina, well, that sucks, but goddammit, you're going to kill everything 5 times faster. Oh, it definitely does what it says it does. It kind of goes a little bit over the top, to be honest. You know what I'm saying?
Can help keep the werewolves from turning to beasts.
Experimenting with the Templar stuff, especially with the two-hander.
The curse can't be broken.
I think that's probably the best experiment. Is like a Reaver Templar.
Difficult and dangerous to
Yeah, she could do Berzerker Templar too, I guess. Either way, Berzerker has its one thing. Stamina's an issue. Reaver has its thing. Bonus haste, bonus damage, pretty much anything you do. It's a little bit less hands-on, I think. I would start with Reaver regardless. Just because, I mean, the more damage you take, the more damage you do. Like, you just start with that philosophy and just work from there. And then just start getting faster and then hitting harder. That's, I mean, I don't see how you don't do that. Like a Templar Berserker type thing.
You can do this.
No, because Berzerker just synergizes with Reaver. There's a synergy there. Everything stacks on everything that you do. Like there's nothing that doesn't work with something else between those two trees. Templar just kind of gets in the way and says, well, I'm scared to actually die, so let me just take more damage and do less. Why the fuck would I do that? You know what? Sorry, man. That just rubs me the wrong way. You thought so? I don't know, man. But, I mean, when I experimented with that, I was also on the Series X, which means it was backwards compatible. Which means that not necessarily everything the game says it does, that it actually does. Backwards compatible doesn't work in a lot of ways. And a lot of things are nerfed and broken and off-level and unbalanced. And, like, there's more wrong than right there. So,
you can't tell what it is.
You know,
it's rubbish.
I didn't do it here. I'm playing on a 360 right now. Although visually you can't really tell any difference, can you? That's amazing, isn't it?
Told you so.
I was about to say there might be an electric. Oh my god, dude, that's even better. Well, now we have 2 of them. That's all I have to say. We just have 2 of them. I just bought that and paid for it because, damn it, now we have 2 of them. 18. Wow. No shit. 18. That's crazy. Let me sell one of these. Sell one of these. Oh, it's going down. No, it's totally going down. I hate to spend like a gold piece on this shit, but you know what? 18 as opposed to 13. Oh, man. Now I feel like I wasted my money on this. I was just going to get by with this. Now we're going to own everything. Well, that's cool. I mean, it's nice to be a little OP sometimes. I don't know that I really wanted to spend that money, but we're kind of working our way towards
Let's go up to the angry wandering elves and say hello.
being able to make more money. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is probably the most expensive class because I like to use rogue shit. And then if I can give my mages anything on top of that, and that's like rings, amulets, belts, staffs, you know, and everything's like 89, 95, 120 sovereigns, you know. I mean, you're working for an entire act in the game just to buy one of those things. You know what I'm saying? Arlex. Oh, Arlex. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, he would I like to think that I try to approach games the same way. It's like, what does the game ask for, and then try to push it. Like where can you say, okay, I probably need some of this, but I need a whole lot of that. If I can't have any of this, I'm going to get a shit ton of that. And let's just do that. And hey, let's get some of my friends. I don't know if you ever saw Arlex do Mass Effect 3 with his buddies. But they would get in there and like everybody's like running OP shit. And they would all run the same OP shit. And then they would all like learn the spawn points and get into like, you know, ME3 multiplayer, right? And they would get in there and they would just, you know, I mean, you could make gold and platinum look like bullshit, really. I did not ever see Arlex get into Inquisition. He kind of disappeared, sort of. Unless, I don't know, unless there's shit I'm not aware of. Inquisition multiplayer would definitely have been his thing with his friends. Because that was definitely like an MMO quality multiplayer. More so than Mass Effect 3 was. It's like you really, really had to be able to not only build a character, but there was shit you could be OP in, but it only worked if somebody else was OP in the thing that you weren't OP in. Like everybody had to be OP in, like, between your, let's see, you could go in with 4 people, right? So everybody had to be OP in at least 3 of those areas based on your build. And based on who I was bringing in, determined who you brought in, and the next person brought in, and the next person brought in. Like we couldn't, like all 3 of us couldn't do this necessarily, unless this one person could back up all the inadequacies that I mean, like it was really, really well designed like that. And I didn't see Arlex do anything. Arlex disappeared pretty much ME3. Yeah. Dragon Age 2 and Mass Effect 2 came out within, I think, months of each other, if I remember right. Mass Effect 3 came out pretty quickly after. You didn't have to wait that long. Like it seems like Dragon Age 2 and then Mass Effect 2, and before you were even done playing those, ME3 was coming out. And I'm never done playing this game anyway, personally, so like it wasn't hard to wait for it, right? You think Dragon Age 2? I think Dragon Age 2 looks better than Inquisition in a lot of ways. It's Dragon Age art. There's almost no Dragon Age art in Inquisition. It's just a bunch of high-def graphics. It almost has nothing to do with the game at all, whatsoever. Like seriously. I mean, they like literally try to make Red Cliff look like Riverwood in Skyrim. They try to make everything in Inquisition look like Skyrim. What does that have to do with anything? High def graphics don't mean shit if your art sucks. So yeah, I'm not down with that.
How about you?
Appreciate that you guys have dropped in and not just the support and stuff like that, but you guys drop in and like you've been around. You know what I mean? Like you at some point or another you're either familiar with the channel or you're familiar with videos or just familiar with streams in the past or so on and so forth. And it's nice to get back here to YouTube because I don't know. I just went to Twitch because YouTube, well, honestly, they kind of pissed me off for a couple months. So we just went over there and we've been there for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years since. Right? But I'm not going to lie. This streaming experience here has been like even more chill. I don't know. It seems like there's so much commercial. Oh, what do you call it? I would say like doodads, just little bells and whistles on Twitch, and you're supposed to keep up with it. Like there's a certain visual presentation you have to have, and then there's a certain like audio presentation you have to have, and there's like the do's and then all the don'ts and all this and that, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's still a platform to use, and they'll still let you stream your stuff, and they'll reward you if you stream for a while. But, like, see, I don't know. I've been partnered with YouTube for over a decade. And streaming here, whether I've been partnered 2 months or 12 months or 12 years, doesn't seem to really make a difference. Like, the streaming's there. Like, how do you reach people? There's probably lots of avenues that I'm not aware of and certain things to do to make the stream, like, kind of bigger. And I don't know. That's kind of a mixed bag. You make the stream bigger and you bring in a bunch of people. Well, if those people are used to, like, the commercial commonplace thing nowadays, they'd probably be offended by pretty much everything we do, and they'd probably leave anyway, to be honest. I mean, let's just be completely honest. And also, let's just say that didn't happen and the stream got bigger, here especially. I don't know how you really keep up with it. Like, how could I have a conversation with one person where even if you moderate it, they only get to speak like once every 5 minutes because, you know, the stream's getting flooded, and now it just becomes this, I'm here, I chat occasionally based on what I can read, and then the rest of the time it's just pretty much impersonal. So if you actually, I guess if you really want to make money as a streamer, you have to be artificial and plastic with everybody that's in your chat and in your community. It just has to be artificial and plastic. You can't keep up with 1,000 people or 1,000,000 people. It's not possible. Not personally. You can respond to somebody's statement. I mean, sometimes it's honestly hard enough when you have just a dozen people in a chat and everybody's talking about something that's real. Like, you know, I don't know, a buddy talking about like his grandma in the hospital and, you know, things like that. That should actually mean something. Whether you think the spelling of amaranthine is correct or not, I mean, okay, sure, we can chat about it, but it's not as important as somebody actually, like, having some, you know, real shit. And, you know what I'm saying? And being part of a community where, oh, man, damn, not a lot anybody can do about it, but the bottom line is everybody can at least say, hey, man, here's our sympathies. Can't have that if you got 123,000 people in chat spamming that shit. Even if you're holding them to a 5-minute limit bonus, you're still getting spammed the fuck, and you can't possibly read anything. So you've got some of these streamers who just play a popular game and they just do it well and they just ignore the chat entirely. They got moderators that just keep the trolls out the best they can, and they just make $1 million a day by ignoring their fucking community. I'm not going to name any names, but it sounds a lot like my name. And they just get paid billions for it. I don't really get that. Why would you sit and play video games with somebody if you're not sitting on the same couch, eating out of the same fucking bag of Doritos, and drinking beer and Mountain Dew and whatever else, and just playing video games and talking about serious shit in that video game? And then if you want to just step out a little farther, and maybe somebody's done a couple bong rips, and you're going to talk about how this shit relates to real life too, which I don't smoke personally, but whatever. You get what I'm saying. How is that not more important than the hype? I'd rather be hyped about something that actually matters with one of you guys than be hyped about just being hyped. Sorry, man. I don't know. Am I talking too much? Because that's always bothered me, but that's the only path to success. The only way you can be a popular streamer is to just be commercial and plastic as fuck. And appear real when you're not being real with anybody because you've got 1 million followers and you don't know. You might know 3 of them by name, but you can't even talk to them because you got 1 million followers talking all at once. How the fuck you keep up with that? You don't. Anyway, I don't know, man. Just...
You're one of the Amaranthine conspirators. There's a bounty on your head.
Curse you.
Oh yeah, no. That's a big reason we actually got this was to play Mass Effect.
You're gonna regret this. I need a hand here.
How about you? There!
It will destroy you.
Get back!
Shit, they got me.
The cool thing is, this dude drops like a serious ass. This is a serious ass sword, if I remember right. Like, if you don't have any DLC items at all, this is the sword you want to beeline for. If I remember right, this thing is, it doesn't level with you and do all that extra, you know, special shit, but it's yeah. Okay, this levels with me. And it's great against demons, and I might actually want to keep using it. But this motherfucker right here has that critical chance and that extra damage. So, plus 13? I don't think that's 13%. I think it literally does double damage against demons. Probably best to keep using that here. But, yeah, this with a rune slot in it. You know, I don't know, man. I might actually take this into Night Lies, put a fire rune in this, and then put a fire rune into Varric's friggin' Bianca too. and then we'll switch the runes out to go into the deep roads. That's probably what's going to happen. That would be my guess. I mean, this is cool just against basic demons. But, I mean, you really want to start getting some rune slots and stuff that actually work. Like this right here. You can take this with either 2 frost runes or a frost and a spirit or 2 spirit runes and just make this an ultimate spirit weapon and go in against Orsino and Meredith at the end of the game. And that's probably, well, demon sort of counts towards Orsino's flesh golem form. Doesn't count towards Meredith, but bottom line, that's a lot of damage. Because she's weak to spirit and she's weak to frost. So, like, that's pretty cool. This is a great weapon against the Rock Wraith, which is actually what we're going to use in the Deep Roads against the Rock Wraith. We'll put two frost runes in this, because I don't think we can make spirit runes in Act 1. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. Anyway, this sword in general, I'll take that into the Night Lies with a fire rune in it. It's going down. Like, it's literally going down. If I can make frost runes after we get Meryl, and after we do the Bone Pit, and after we do, whatchamacallit? The Talvashoth Caverns. We might save that for last and see if I can get some frost runes here, because I might go ahead and put them in this, because that's what I'm going to use in the Deep Roads anyway. So, okay, well, that's a lot of planning ahead, and I'm probably going to forget everything I just said, but whatever. Sell that. Anyway, regardless, that's if you don't have anything else, that's an amazing weapon for almost the rest of Act 1, to be honest. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Alright, so now let's, like, really kill some shit. We get to kill some shit for, like, the next half hour. That sounds fun to me. Here, hold on a second. Let me see this real quick.
Shit.
Got 18. We need, I think it's...
Wonderful.
22 sovereigns. We'll have 22 sovereigns by the time we're done here. And we can go get an extra skill point from Hubert. And then eventually we'll get an extra skill point from the Black Emporium. And then we got to figure out who we're going to give the magic point to. I'm thinking about giving it to Meryl, because we're going to keep her for the rest of the game. That's Meryl right there, by the way. And she's got a demon.
Oh, I didn't hear. You must
What do you call it? A demon dimension door in her hand? Or
I'm so
some
sorry.
shit?
I didn't ask your name. Unless...
Keeping up with her imprisoned demon that she has up at the top of the mountain right now.
I'm Meryl, which you probably knew already. I'm rambling, sorry.
You'll have to work harder than that to offend me. My name's Hawk.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm not very experienced with your kind. The Keeper said you came from Ferelden. I spent most of my life there. We only came north a few years ago. Have you been in the Free Marches long? Do you like it here?
Oh, I miss the cold. And the dirt. Kirkwall's not brown enough for me. But hey, no dark.
Yeah, I want to play the original
Ferelden wasn't that brown.
ME. At least the ME3. I don't really even have to play
Your task is for Asher Bellinar.
1 or 2. I don't have any save files anyway. So in order to play Insanity on Mass Effect, I literally have to play through it twice, because I have no save files. But ME3, I think you can start off where you want. You can start off Insanity. In fact, I don't even think you need an import. It seems to me you can even play like the cartoon thing and choose the import save that you actually want to import. Like, that's the thing. I mean, you probably have to go get that particular DLC. I forget what it's called, but you can actually watch through, like, the events of Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2 and make the decisions that you actually make in the game. And import that shit into Mass Effect 3. Kind of like, it's almost like the Keep for Inquisition. It's almost like that. In fact, that's where they got the Keep's idea from, is doing that on Mass Effect 3, if I remember right. But either way, you can start on Insanity in Mass Effect 3. I like starting from scratch in ME3 anyway. Unless I'm playing a sniper. If you're playing a sniper, that money is kind of important. But still, either way, you can still do shit. I mean, honestly, your upgrades are found. You loot your upgrades. You don't have to buy them. You buy weapons, but you loot upgrades. And then if you miss those upgrades in a particular map, then you can go buy them later. So, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. But there's certain things like, I'm pretty sure, like, if you have a certain amount of resources and stuff, I believe that affects your readiness at the end of ME3 to get, like, a particular ending. You can still play the ending regardless, though. It doesn't matter. I like the ending where you can get the indoctrinated woke motherfucker to shoot himself in the face. I like that ending. But either way, the ending is still the ending, so.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, Isabella's even more evil than Meryl, but at least she's honest about it. At least she knows it. I don't know. Well, bottom line is, I wouldn't take either of them, but I banged them both in this game. Let's just be honest. I mean, let's just be honest. I banged them both. Even though I'm not down with anything about either one of them. Well, except Isabella has nice daggers, and Meryl, well, honestly, Meryl looks like she has a really bad heroin habit and probably could eat a little bit more, personally. I don't know. I like big butts. But Isabella likes big butts and boats, sorry, and she cannot lie. So, you know what? Why am I even going? Never mind. Why are we even there? Why are we even talking about this?
Go down!
The Keeper didn't mention you were a mage.
The one thing I like a little bit more about the two-hander, it's not as strong, but you clear multiple enemies faster. Even though you're theoretically doing less damage in a way, but your AoE damage, not necessarily. You're not necessarily clearing them faster. You can clear more enemies at once. I'll say that. But I don't know. I mean, actually, we haven't upgraded our sword and board yet. So technically, that's not even always true. But you can only turn sword and board into basically like a two-hander for a particular period of time, and then you got to wait on a cooldown. So, like, I mean, I guess you got that. That's true. That's true.
Please
Anyway.
keep turning skeletons
Whatever.
into toads for us.
But I never... Right. Not literally. Happy to help. I've
We're
been in a
Hawks.
fight
Oh,
before, but
calibrating.
It was
Yeah.
always alone.
Calibrating.
Try not to hit anyone.
Calibrating.
On our side, I mean. I'm babbling again.
Calibrating. Garrus looking off into the universe. Calibrating. I was calibrating. You can't even talk to Garrus no more because calibrating. We're talking about calibrating right now. Everything else is irrelevant. It's all about calibrating.
That's enough. I'll deal with it. Let's finish this. There. Get back.
Do this again sometime.
Dude, I didn't get a single drop there? Well, if I did, I guess I picked it up already, but I don't think I did. Not a single drop. Oh yeah, it's
the keeper finally found
okay.
someone to take you from here.
So when you get to like level 20,
then finish your task quickly.
your one-handed weapon is going to do like,
too soon.
for example,
I'm sensing a story.
28 or 30
I have
damage,
made my choice.
and your two-handed weapon is
And
going to
that
do
was
like
our clan,
32 or
whatever.
34. It's gonna hit a bigger AOE theoretically, and you got a higher critical chance. Which, I mean, critical chance is like everything in my opinion in any Dragon Age game. Right? So you've got that. But the one-handed weapon swings almost 3 times faster than the two-handed weapon. And you can turn it into a two-handed weapon for a period of time with certain skills. So actually, you're capable of doing 2.5, 3 times the damage with crits and all the damage bonuses and cleave and all that other shit. You can wreck a mob almost 3 times faster with sword and board than you can with the two-hander. With all the mobility. Actually, more mobility. You can approach an enemy farther with sword and board than you can with the two-hander. With the two-hander, you can jump to an enemy you're attacking. With sword and board, you slide to that enemy, and you can zip around the fucking battlefield and hit people 2.5 times faster with almost the same amount of damage. Sorry, man, that's at least double damage with all the buffs and bonuses that go with it. So is it better? At times, it's a lot better. Most of the time, it's at least as good. So, yeah. Shepard's a side chick for Garrus. A side chick. No, true story, man. Yeah, that Typhoon is friggin' stupid. And if you're playing a soldier too, and you're basically running like the same shit, like, come on, man. Yeah. Yeah, true story. You know, since we're talking about it, I think a good idea is to go see. All right, so here's how I do it. I can go. I'm gonna go see, and then I'm gonna see what I need, and then we'll figure it out from there. But I'm gonna go see what the original OG on the original Xbox Marketplace. I'm gonna go boot up my Series X and go see what the marketplace charges for. I don't know about Mass Effect 1, because Mass Effect 1, I have to play through that shit like 3 times. I hate Mass Effect 2 on the remastered version, but it's at least playable on the original. So, like, start Mass Effect 2 and just pick like a basic Origin type thing, not a big deal. Maybe play through Mass Effect 2. We'll play through it on Nightmare. But the main thing is to build up some resources and so on and so forth to import to Mass Effect 3. So I'll see what, like, Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3, the OG, not the remaster, which we fucking complete game that garbage anyway. It's fucking trash. It makes shit that's supposed to be hard easy, and it makes shit that's supposed to be playable unplayable, and it's just horrible. But honestly, I think there's some achievements, but I'm gonna see if they've got like a Mass Effect 2 like Platinum Edition or exclusive or Game of the Year, or, you know, just some kind of version of it that includes like the stuff. Wouldn't mind playing it on the original just to remember how it feels. And if I remember right, regardless of the class you play in Mass Effect 2, you can play whatever you want in Mass Effect 3. In Mass Effect 3, my absolute favorite shit is me, Liara, and Garrus. And I like playing a Vanguard. That is my shit. The fucking ground and pound, man. The ground pound Vanguard, which is just friggin' Charge and Nova. And lots of just explosions everywhere. Like Liara and Shepard doing the biotic thing, and Garrus just, you know, Garrus just being Garrus, because, well, that's just what the fuck he does. He's just Garrus, right? That is like literally my favorite party or build or whatever you want to call it. But the Vanguard, the angry Vanguard, that's what I call it, angry Vanguard, because, god damn it, you're just yelling a lot. You're yelling a lot because you're mad. You're mad at the enemies for existing, so you're gonna make them stop existing. That's some gangster shit. But I really like Sniper too. I really like the Sniper, especially in ME3, because once you get the Widow, that one shot, one kill thing, dude, if you build it right, it's one shot, one kill on almost everything. There's some enemies you have to hit them twice. That's about it. Oh yeah, ME3 is a lot like Dragon Age 2. Remember, it came after Dragon Age 2. And Dragon Age 2 had so little success, and yet it succeeded at everything. Like, it brought shit into video games that no other video game has, and then did the shit that everybody else does just as good, if not better, ahead of its time. And the game was literally done in 11 months, not even a year. You don't develop a game in a year that surpasses all the other AAA titles across the board, and the only reason it doesn't have the success it should have had is because of people that would be called woke later that were just really, really mad that they actually had to think and play a game instead of just fucking Alien and, you know, take some strange perverted shit in their orifices, whether it be an alien or not. That's why Dragon Age 2 got all the fucking hate. Because the gameplay was better than Origins. They couldn't stand that. And, well, You couldn't just fuck quite as many people, although actually you could, but you know what? Let's just hate it for that too. Because if you can't have strange sex, then somehow you're bad because you're not going Sodom and Gomorrah as fast as the rest of the world is. And we all know where that ended up. Like, that's literally, it's literally that stupid. This game, in my opinion, is better than Origins. Sorry. Actually, not sorry. I'll take Origins as a B. I'll take this as A. I'll take Origins as B. And then there's just no more Dragon Age to actually choose from, so there you go.
Sundermount seems very mountainous today, doesn't it? Lots of rock and hillside.
Oh, Andromeda's fantastic. Oh, it's absolutely fantastic.
Let's go.
Do you ever play Kingdoms of Amalur? Yeah, Andromeda is the Mass Effect. It's not Mass Effect. It's not Mass Effect at all, in any way, shape, or form. They use some names for weapons. They use some words for armor. They use some character references that have nothing to do with the storyline whatsoever. It doesn't work at all. It's not. It's in the Mass Effect universe, quote unquote. It's not a Mass Effect game. But it is the Mass Effect to Kingdoms of Amalur's Dragon Age. That it is. So if you're looking for like a Dragon Age Mass Effect, you got Kingdoms of Amalur and you got Andromeda. Kingdoms of Amalur is not Dragon Age. But there's actual BioWare references in Kingdoms of Amalur because it was published by EA. But it's not a Dragon Age game at all. But it's fucking amazing for what it is. It's identical to Andromeda in more ways than one. Because Andromeda is published by EA, so it has Mass Effect references, but it's not a Mass Effect game. Even though they say it is, it's not at all. In fact, here's a timeline. This is 7 trillion BC to 700 quadrillion AD. Here's the timeline. Eternity this way and eternity this way. And there's only one place, like a matter of a couple years, that Mass Effect Andromeda cannot exist in that timeline. The timeline is eternity. There's only one place Andromeda cannot exist, according to Mass Effect lore, in the timeline. Guess where it's at? The only one fucking place it cannot exist in eternity is where Andromeda was actually placed. Tell me that shit was not on purpose. They sabotaged that shit from top to bottom. But what it actually is one of the best, what would you say? Science fiction, space, whatever, style RPGs that you will probably play. The combat's through the roof. The combos are as in-depth as Dragon Age 2 and Mass Effect 3 put together. And the animations are even better. You could do all that shit. And the only reason I compare that to Kingdoms of Amalur, which EA published and left in the fucking dust and took a diarrhea in their face in the gutter while they died. Well, EA pushed Andromeda into the gutter and took a diarrhea in their face while they died at their own expense. Well, sounds like the, introduction to woke to me, but regardless, bottom line is Andromeda was developed by the exact same mastermind which was put over the project called Kingdoms of Amalur. That's why the builds look the same. That's why the skill trees are the same. That's why the progression is the same. That's why the looting is the same. That's why the crafting is the same. Because it's the same motherfucker that did both of them. And they're both amazing. They're just fucking sabotaged projects by both BioWare and EA's publication, to where they both fucking failed miserably a year before they were even fucking released. Yet, they're goddamn amazing. Somebody had to buy Kingdoms of Amalur and remaster it to give it what it should have had in an update, just to bring some justice to the world. The same people that did like what do they call them? Vigil games? I think it's called Vigil games. Anyway, Darksiders 2 bought out Kingdoms of Amalur, brought it out of purgatory just to remaster it to give it some justice. Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning is a game worth playing. Just like Andromeda is a game worth playing because it's the Mass Effect version of Dragon Age. It's the space version of fucking Sword and Sorcery. It's the Elder Scrolls to Fallout. There you go. Or Fallout to Elder Scrolls. Whatever. You get what I'm saying, right? I hope you get what I'm saying. Yeah, if you haven't played Andromeda, go play it. Just do not expect a Mass Effect game. Don't look for anything Mass Effect in it. Just play it for what it is. One of the best RPGs to come out after Skyrim. Because Skyrim is not an RPG, but it's responsible for destroying RPGs across the board. Not just Inquisition, but any RPG. Followed that model because Skyrim is not an RPG. You know what? You know what's more of an RPG than Skyrim? Call of Duty. It has more relevant XP and leveling and skill selection than Skyrim does. Call of Duty is literally more of an RPG than Skyrim is. And all the RPGs modeled themselves after Skyrim to make you a dumb, woke, fucking mindless, dope-smoking piece of fucking shit. The entire purpose for that, along with social media, the media, your teachers telling little boys that whether they have a dick or not, they're not really a girl or a boy because evolution is actually a thing. Yeah, right? Look, come on, just keep up with me. Politicians, educators, right? Politicians, leaders, pastors saying that there's going to be a rapture, which is literally putting you in Satan's asshole when he comes pretending to be Jesus. That literally is the mark of the beast, being taught from Christian fucking pulpits. Quote unquote, Christian pulpits. The rapture is the mark of the beast. And that carries over into politics and education, the economy, and everything else. Politics, one of the horsemen. Education, one of the horsemen. Religion, one of the horsemen. The economy, one of the horsemen. It's not that hard to figure out. You're actually seeing it and experiencing it. Well, what does that have to do with video games? Well, it's a lot like Hollywood. Have you seen a good movie in the last, I don't know, fucking 20 years? If you did, it had so much woke virtue signaling and fucking commercial fucking product placement that was the entire point of the movie. If it made you laugh once or twice, you called it good. Well, how low has the bar gotten? How far have we dropped the standard to where if you take a shit, you're literally stepping over the bar to take a shit? That's how low the bar is to do anything that's good and worth the money they're fucking stealing from you by brainwashing you, woking and poking in your butthole with Satan's penis, and you're just trained to accept it from an early age. If you go to school, there you go. You're not even a little boy or a girl anymore. In fact, you should let a fucking, I don't know, pedophile rapist into your little girl's bathroom, and if you say anything about it, you should go to jail. That's where we're at. What does that have to do with video games? It has to do with everything. This is where we're at. Anyway, you saw the natural ladder of logic right there. I mean, hopefully, I mean, even a child can count to 7. Right? Anyway. So, yeah. If you haven't played Andromeda yet, go play it. It's one of the better RPGs that's been developed in the last, I don't know, 15 years. It's just not a Mass Effect game. Because BioWare sabotaged the shit out of it. But it's a great RPG because they couldn't get past the fact that developers actually gave a shit about the game. They just got fucked because they were associated with BioWare. They were associated with Joe Biden. I'm sorry, Kamala. Sorry, EA. And they were, associated with a fucking sabotage project because, I don't know, some woke people, well, Hillary didn't get voted in at the time. So they're just mad about it. So fuck you. Your video game can just die in a fire. And that's what they did. But Andromeda is still an amazing fucking game. The music is fantastic. The voice acting, it's BioWare. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's, I mean, on a scale of 1 to 100, it's 85, 90. The animations are 101. The combat is 102. The character builds and crafting and everything else is 103 out of 100. I don't see how you can go wrong, especially because you could probably pick the game up. Hell, they might even pay you to play it because it's actually a good game. But they can't let you have that because that means you might even be able to think for yourself and play a game for yourself. And you're not being monitored by Papa fucking Satan's asshole woke dick. And guess what? They can't have that. But you can still probably pick the game up for like $5 and it'll be one of the best RPGs you played in the last 15 years. Just do not look for it to be a Mass Effect game. It's just a better RPG than anything BioWare has come out with since Skyrim. There's your facts. Now that's a game review. Not this fucking shit that gets 1 million fucking subscribers and $10,000 per video to fucking lie to you and tell you that you should have set Satan's fucking woke penis in your mouth and asshole and let him fucking rape your mom in front of your eyes and do nothing about it. Not one of these fucking videos that game reviews, but how about the actual truth? And there you go. Just saying. Anyway. I don't want to put a spotlight on myself, but god damn it. Truth is truth and you got everything else. And if you're scared to tell the truth, how in the fuck are you making millions of dollars for being a piece of shit? Oh, you're part of the fucking, I don't know, Western world government? Putting out woke-ass fucking green cars to fucking destroy the environment? Do you understand what it takes to make a lithium battery? No, you probably don't. Because all you've heard is woke. You understand exactly how much... If there was such a thing as global warming, which there's not, because things are getting colder nowadays, if you haven't noticed. But anyway, if you actually believe in any of that shit, you're so fucking far gone that if I saved you, you would still be dead. You'd have to be saved 3 times to maybe have a chance at living. You're so fucking stupid. If you buy into any of that bullshit, just give them your money. If you're in California, you got like 9 trash cans, right? How did you let it get to that point? While you're spending $1 million a month on your property, but you live next door to a homeless person who could any day just stab you with an AIDS needle because fuck you. Because of your government and your policies and you being woke and voting. Well, you probably didn't even vote for that motherfucker who's in charge of you. He just owns your fucking state and he's going to make sure Satan's cactus dick is in your asshole all the time.
You're not really seeing the Dalish at their best.
If you're in California, you know what I'm talking about. And you can't argue with the thing I just said. Even if I put it in a bad way. I think he gets the point across. True story, right? And if you're a Canadian, you could say the same thing. Anyway.
But the Dalish are delightful. I was just thinking of inviting the whole clan over for tea.
I'm sure
That might be the most refreshing rant I've gotten to do in a long time.
Right. Sarcasm. Even if my people don't appreciate my efforts, I must see this through.
No shit.
Let's go. Asha Belenar isn't known for her patience.
Hey, did you notice how Meryl, like, stopped us, like, 5 times up the mountain to tell us that we need to hurry? It's like, literally, you got to be from point A to point B in 5 minutes. And somebody stops you every minute for 5 minutes, each stop, to tell you how you have to be there in 5 minutes or you're going to die. You just held us up for 30 minutes in a 5-minute trip, telling us we needed to be there in 5 minutes or we're all going to die. Meryl, do you think there might be something wrong with, I don't know, everything about you? Possibly? It's a good intro to Meryl to tell you exactly... Well, I think she means well, but she's so misguided she couldn't understand what meaning well actually was if she saw it, but she thinks she means well. But she's just stupid. But she's smarter than Anders, so, I mean, you've got that going for her, I guess. That's true story. She's smarter than Anders. In fact, she actually tells Anders and Aveline that they're stupid, and she's actually right. So, like, if she's 100% pharmaceutical grade stupid, how could she tell Anders and Aveline both that they're stupid and be right? I mean, how stupid is that? If I'm being called stupid by somebody who's so stupid they can't even know what stupid is, but they're right, that means I'm, like, even if I became intelligent, I would still be stupid? Like, I'm in such a hole that if I dug my way 100 feet out of this hole, I was in a 110-foot hole. So I'm still just fucking in a hole, right? I mean, that's pretty much how that goes. That's Meryl in a nutshell.
Out of range.
All right, so we get poison spiders later. You notice how that ambush stopped abruptly? I think we were supposed to get like a couple poison spiders, or maybe even like a giant spider, even a weak giant spider, not like a Deep Roads giant spider, but you know, something like that. You get that later here, but that ambush should have been 200 XP, 300 XP, 500 XP, but it was like 88 XP or some stupid shit like that, right? It was an incomplete ambush. And I've never gotten the full ambush here. I'm not sure what's actually supposed to attack us. But, yeah, anyway. There's definitely more to it. There's a couple of other ambushes that do the same thing. Okay, well that's better than that, 100%. I will take it. My phone's sitting here going off for some reason. Oh. Nothing to do with me. Sorry. Oh, we are actually. We are playing Nightmare 2. I mean, I know I said it, but I actually ran across somebody who made a video. It was Dragon Age 2. And they said they were playing Nightmare. And I watched them. They wouldn't go into any of the details, so I had to look at like health bars, and I had to look at what they were doing, and I had to look at the damage output. And it was where you help Aveline when she goes to fight the ambushers, right? It's like her first story part. And then you go back to the keep after that, and then you find out that the guard captain is corrupt, and you go on and do some other things. Anyway, it was that general area, and I looked at the damage this dude claimed to be doing on Nightmare, and never showed the difficulty, but the damage was like smaller health bars, and like you're hitting an elite for like, I don't know, a quarter of its damage each hit with like default weapons. Like it wasn't even close to possible. And I'm like, well, I mean, like, I'll give somebody the benefit of the doubt if they actually have a build, but you didn't show your build, and I know the weapons you're using, and I know the weapons you're not using, and I know where you're at in the game, and I know what you could possibly have here, and what you don't have here. And I don't care if you saved this quest till the last moment that you could possibly do it, it would have just made it worse, not better. And I'm like, dude, this is not Nightmare. I don't even think this is hard. I think you're playing this on normal. And I got a smiley face back on the comment. Sorry, man. That just, dude, you create a video and you claim it. You know, that's like the most atrocious thing you could do in a gaming video, is claim to be doing something you're not, to make yourself look good to people who see you for what you are, and you become a 10,000 time worse piece of shit than you ever were in your entire life in real life, because you're doing this on a video game video on, dude, it was the most ridiculous shit ever. So personally, I make it a point to validate that we're at least doing whatever. Now, if I get my shit kicked in, well, that's probably because, well, we're playing on Nightmare. But if I don't, then this is how the game should play, in my opinion. If it's not playing like this, well, there's something about your build or about your tactics or about whatever that's just not vibing with the game. Which means you can either say, well, okay, I can do that, cool. Or I can't do that, so figure out how to do that, cool. Or since we're streaming and we're all chatting, you could say, dude, if you can't do that, how are you doing that? If you can't do that, say, good game. If you can't do that, say, how are you doing that? And then we can talk about it and explain it and talk about video games, which is exactly what I like to do here in the first place. Mixing in a little bit of politics to give some real world lessons along with the video game when applicable. Anyway, all right, so this is basically like the main reason we came here. We need this silverite, and I think another one, which is in the bone pit. And then we need a lyrium and another lyrium, which is in the Talvashoth caverns and the bone pit. And I think we might actually get an extra silverite as well in one of those. But you have to have like 2 of each to make the runes of fortune. And that allows us to make money through the rest of Act 1. So I'm doing this as early as possible. Plus, it's quest and story related, so you have to do it anyway. Might as well do it early, get those runes early, and get them to actually start, you know, paying some dividends. If you get them at the last minute, maybe you can use them in the deep roads, but then you have to switch them out for electricity resistance runes, or you can't fight the rock wraith, and then you just wasted all that money you spent on those runes. You want that shit at the beginning of Act 1, not the end. I mean, there's like 1 or 2 money drops that involve sovereigns. And if you have extra money runes, they'll actually pay for themselves on one of those drops. And if you kill the Bone Pit Dragon, and the Bone Pit Dragon drops sovereigns for you, it's going to drop extra sovereigns based on the number of runes that, well, you won't have runes active at that point, because you need the Bone Pit for that. But you can have the Amulet of Influence and 1 Rune of Fortune in Varric's gear. And that can turn from like 2 sovereigns into almost like 4 sovereigns. It's very rare. You only get that like 1 out of 50 or 1 out of 100 or something. But it happens. The Rock Wraith can do the same thing. It can drop up to like almost 9 sovereigns. Instead of like 20 silver, it can drop a shit ton of sovereigns. It can. I've only had it happen twice. But it's possible. The Bone Pit Dragon, I've had it drop sovereigns, I want to say like 4 or 5 times. Over 10 years. Sorry, 15 years of playing this shit. Yeah.
Let's finish this. It's too far.
You do get results, don't you?
That's supposed to drop money. I don't know if I picked up the money as we were attacking it, or it just didn't drop it. Interesting.
I'll deal with this.
Nice. Well, he dropped some money. All right, that's good.
Good to go.
That drops some money. I wonder if sometimes when an enemy dies and the game doesn't like populate that enemy when it's working the way it's supposed to. If you played Xbox One, you went through entire maps without getting a single coin from anything. Even enemies that had to drop money, they just wouldn't. Dude, dude, it's an RPG, and the glitch is you don't get paid for anything you do. What is that? Anyway, it was a thing on the Xbox One. The Series X, I don't know, either corrected it or something about the hardware didn't make that glitch happen. But here, it seems like, man, I just killed that thing and it had to drop me some money and it didn't. But then you open a chest and it gives you the money that you probably should have gotten from that enemy. It's almost like it populated something else with the same money, but you still get it, right? It's what it seems like. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but it's what it seems like. All right, here we really get to piss off Anders. Dalish longsword. No shit. It's not bad. A little secret here, by the way. These barriers that she's
I can open the way forward.
tearing down, she put them up there herself. So there is something a little bit sketchy about the fact that she's not telling you what you can really expect after this barrier is dropped. Because there's another barrier where she's hidden her demon that she has to deal with up there. And when you go to...
That was a summoning.
When you go to touch it,
blood magic.
you get attacked by the guardians of that barrier.
Blood magic, but I
Guess
know
who
what
those
I'm doing.
guardians were
The spirit helped us, didn't
put
it?
in place by? Meryl. She doesn't tell you about her guardians on her barriers to protect her demon that she's got to deal with to fix her mirror. She doesn't tell you that. These barriers were put in place by Meryl. And threatening these barriers brings up enemies, demons, trying to destroy you. But she doesn't give you any heads up or tell you anything about that. Now later, that barrier is destroyed. Guess who destroys that barrier while we're gone? Marithari. And guess what happens to her? She becomes possessed because she's seduced by the demon that Meryl bound up in that cave. That's how the story goes. So yeah, Meryl is responsible for all of this. It gets even worse in Act 2 and Act 3. But
The barrier is gone, sir.
if we're gonna bang Meryl, we gotta
there was a safe.
be nice to her.
If demons
It's not gonna
weren't
change
helpful,
anything,
no one
so
would take their
whatever.
demons. Do not trust it.
And the Blood Mage is preaching at you about making deals with demons. Says the possessed Blood Mage, who willingly offered to be possessed. Anders didn't even need to be seduced. Anders is more evil than a demon. The demon jumped in Anders and said, "What the fuck?
Dream, they called it.
This is the worst decision I've ever made." Because now you're stuck in a fucking pedophile, rapist, murdering piece of fucking filthy shit that makes demons look good. That's what happened to the spirit of justice, the fucking demon that jumped in Anders. The demon got worse. It's like it didn't even know what being a demon actually was until it saw the inside of Anders' pedophile fucking Michael Jackson body, and then it stuck there for eternity until one of them dies. That demon is trying to get Anders dead every single chance it has. And Anders tries to kill himself at least 100 times in each playthrough on purpose. And I'm telling you, the AI is programmed that way. Anders will knock itself out of your party about 25% of the time. On purpose. Even when no one else will. If you play Dragon Age 2, you know what I'm talking about. Just saying.
To arms!
All right, so here's one of those places. So I don't remember what the base amount. I think it's like 6 sovereigns, maybe 7 or something. But if you got like the Amulet of Influence, I mean, if you've gotten Fenris at this point, you got the String of Pearls, which would increase it by, I don't know, like probably about half a sovereign, or maybe less. But anyway, if you got the Amulet of Influence, and you got a Rune of Fortune and Varric's armor, this thing gives you almost 7 sovereigns. So I guess 6 is probably the base. It's either 6 or 650. Anyway, so that's like extra stuff. Now, that rune is paid for. And the Amulet of Influence, if this starts at like 550 or 6, it's partly paid for as well. Meaning that everything else is profit, right? That's what you're looking for. Now, Flemeth is about to give us a bunch of money, and that stays the same. I think it's either 5 or 7 sovereigns, and that's just flat. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. Regardless of when you come here, it's going to be the same.
Everyone stay still and try not to make any loud noises.
And if you see it, there's 4 of these, actually.
Easy as pie. Piece of cake. We're good to go. Easy as pie.
Nice.
Now we fight!
Tanking it.
That's enough! There's more of them! One less to worry about. That's a lot of blood.
What did Hawk say? That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood. Now see, we got double. So that's a stronger boss than an elite. That's a boss. You got elite, and then you got boss. It's like the Arcane Horde there it wasn't an elite boss, but it was at least a boss. That's a boss. Elite would have given us about 10 or 11 silver. That gave us like double. Anyway. Yeah, here's the problem. I really need to start creating staggers. Not for the deep roads, but yeah, we gotta start. I mean, you can actually count levels here. Let's see, we're 8. This is level 8. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind this. But, I mean, I'm a big fan of getting all your basic skills and then start upgrading them and then start filling in all of your passives to make everything better. I'm a big fan of that. It works really, really good. Well, it pretty much works good all the time. But how many points are we going to have? So we got 8. I got two talent points coming from potions, tomes, whatever you want to call them. So where do I want to be by the time I get to the deep roads? We'll hit level 13 in the deep roads, right? Level 8 now. We got 1 point in the balance. There's only 2 more points to put here. This one at level 10, and this one, which creates staggers. And it's a guaranteed stagger. This isn't a stagger chance. This is a guaranteed stagger on any enemy we hit it with. That means if you can get your mages to start hitting staggers with chain lightning, you're going to start getting combos on this shit. Right? So, I mean, you really want to start creating that. And you've also got critical chance. This is reducing enemy resistance, especially on armored enemies. Good against everybody. But just damage resistance, period. Based on whatever you're doing. And then you got this, death blow. Normal enemies below 20% health. As soon as you hit them, death blow. So that means you kill normal enemies 20% faster and elite enemies 10% faster. That's huge. Because the faster you kill them, the more stamina you get back, because that's how you get stamina back as a warrior. And if you're going to play a Berzerker, everything is based on stamina. Guess what? You want it back as fast as possible. You have to have that as a Berzerker. I want this upgraded. That's level 10 as well. So we got 2 level 10 abilities coming at the same time. Which one do we pick? Well, we hope to have an extra skill point at that point to pick both of them, really. And then this critical chance is fantastic. And then you've got this at least basic Reaver skill, which is the more damage you take, the more damage you do. And this is actually a self-heal, which actually does damage. And then when you upgrade it, you can actually create a guaranteed stagger on any enemy. And you can exploit a disoriented enemy with extra damage. But the thing about the extra damage is that 23, say, plus 6, right? It's health regen plus 6 times 300% plus a critical if you hit it. Meaning that you can fully heal yourself on a regular enemy. But if they're disoriented, you're going to triple the chance that you can fully heal yourself off one of these. Even if you only have like 5 hit points left, you'll fully heal yourself. And if you do this, you stagger them as well, meaning that you can create a combo ability there too. And if there's already a combo present and none of your mages are exploiting it, fuck it. Do it yourself. If you're at low health, use this yourself. You see what I'm saying? Like, dude, the Reaver tree is amazing. And then this is damage up to 50% extra. Not multiplied, but stacked. But still, 50% damage is 50% damage. If you're doing 200, 50% doesn't make 200 300. 50% of 200 is 100. It does not turn 200. It does not turn 200% into 300. It turns 200 into 250 because you're adding 50 to 2. It's additive. It's not multiplicative, but doesn't really matter. Anyway, so you take this. If you take half your health and damage, you increase your damage by 50%. Unless you use this, which doubles this bonus, which means you do increase your damage by 100%. So, theoretically, if you have this and you're at about half health, this is why I say high risk, high reward, and this is how I play Inquisition. Origins doesn't really play the same, but this and Inquisition do really play the same. If you're at half health, you can, in Inquisition, you can increase your speed and damage. Here, you can increase your damage, but you have the ability to double your damage increase. So if you're at 50% health, you can double the 50% and you can actually increase your damage by 100%. So let's look at this. Let's look at this as a whole when our build is like complete. And you'll see what synergy actually looks like. This is the definition of synergy. This right here doubles your damage if you're at 50% health. So if you're at 75% health, then it would increase your damage 25%. This would double that. So just being at 75% health, let's say you just wade into like a whole shit ton of enemies and they start pounding away at you and you're shield bashing the shit out of them, or you're playing a two-hander and you're just doing whatever, which means you're taking even more damage as a two-hander because you don't have a shield, your armor's much lower, your defense is much lower. Overall, your survivability is lower, so you're taking even more damage, which means this comes into play even quicker with a two-hander. But anyway, bottom line is, let's say you're at 75% health. That would give you a 25% damage bonus. This would double that. So now you get a 50% damage bonus. Just for taking some damage. But let's say you're at 50% health. With this, when you activate this at 50% health, you're actually getting 100% damage bonus. So let's say you're hitting for 100. Now you're hitting for 200. Well, guess what? If you've got this active, along with this, now you're hitting for 275. If you've got this active, along with this, and this, right? So it's like, this is like a combo. You activate this, and when you activate this, you actually hurt yourself a little bit. You actually take 20 health off. I don't know if it's 20% or 20. It seems like it's 20%. Because I've had like a really big health bar, and it knocks that health bar down some. Anyway, bottom line, I think it's 20%. It doesn't say so, but I think it is. Anyway, can't prove that. Whatever, doesn't really matter. All right, so that's, if you're, let's just say theoretically you're at 50% health and you activate your combo. This means that you get 100% damage increase. Plus 75, that's 175. Plus 10, that's 185% damage increase, right? And this is a combo. And this is just using a Reaver. Now let's say you throw in the Berzerker as well. And you got Berzerker active. 10% of your remaining stamina. Okay, now we're not getting percentage damage. We're getting percentage of your remaining stamina as a flat damage number. So let's say you've got 200 stamina to start. After your, like, sustains and shit like that. I'm not using a lot of sustains. I'm using, like, just control, which is the smallest amount of stamina taken from our stamina pool for a sustained ability, which also gives us a 10% critical chance. So we got that increased critical chance. So let's say our remaining stamina is 200. Let's say our stamina is 210. And, or whatever. Let's say our remaining stamina is, no, let's say our remaining stamina is 100. This will give us an extra 10 damage. So in Act 3, about the strongest weapon you're going to find has about 40 damage. Now you're making it 50. And then that's the number that calculates into all the bonus damage you're getting from your Reaver tree, cleave, and that assail or whatever that other ability is, right? So now this turns it into 15%. Right? Of remaining stamina. So if your stamina is 100, now it's 15 damage stacked on your weapon. If your damage is 40, now it's 55. Now your weapon is just that much stronger, right? And then it costs less to swing because every time you swing using Berserk, it actually costs you stamina. Instead of 4, you can cut that in half. Now here, you just get a huge mana regeneration rate, which means it's just passive. Also, I believe when you kill something, you get a little bit of extra stamina from it, from killing it. But either way, regardless, now here, you get an extra 5% upon enemy death. Minimum 5, meaning ankle biters are 5, normal enemies are 10. I'm guessing elites are about 20. Bosses are like 40. And if you kill a fucking dragon, you're probably just going to regenerate your entire stamina pool. Problem is, you gotta spend like 10 minutes killing him, and you burned up all your stamina like 15 times over. Anyway, so here you have this. Now this only costs 20 stamina, but what it gives you is instant haste. And so you can throw this into your combo as well. And it just depends on what you want to throw in your combo. So if you only want to use 3 hotkeys for your combo, I would strongly recommend, even though it sucks, I would strongly recommend just taking this one out. This doubles the damage taken bonus, but you're going to have allies healing you and so on and so forth. It's cool to throw that in there, but you got to use 4 hotkeys to do it. What I like doing is having 1 hotkey to heal and create a stagger and a combo. And then I like having Berzerk, Barrage, which is Berzerk. It's just haste. I like having Barrage. And I like having Cleave. And I like having Assail. Which essentially more than doubles my damage. Right? And you're going to take bonus damage based on your health. But your health is going to fluctuate. So, I mean, unless you stay at 50% health, which you can actually do in Inquisition. Because you've got something called... what's it called? Dragon Rage or whatever, where you throw out the claw and you do bonus damage and you're actually throwing out like dragon claws. And you actually reduce your health each time you do it so you can keep yourself at 50%. Even if, what's her name? Vivian heals you completely, which is how I set her up to do. As soon as she heals you completely, you can just go off with Dragon Rage, Dragon Claw, Dragon Rage, whatever it's called. You can just go off with it. Because as you're healing, you're just getting that shit for free. And once you get down to 50% health, that shit starts hitting like really, really hard, right? It's synergizing the Reaver tree with your damage output, right? So I'm not saying don't use this. This is a good place to start, but it's almost like you need a 4th key to do it. Now, you could just sacrifice this. Just not ever use Devour. Ever. Or you could keep Devour as a wheel key. And so you could actually use a 4-step combo. You could use this. This. Barrage. This and this. You could keep like a B button, 2nd level, B button, Y, X. And it could be a 4-stage combo. And you just activate all 4 of those in row and just figure out for yourself. I would say probably just keep Barrage and Assail for the or a Barrage and Cleave for the last ones. So you get the biggest damage bonus and you get the speed bonus at the end. So they're not like already ticking down, because it's going to take you like 2 or 3 seconds to pull off all 4 of those in a fight. And you're going to have to, like, before you even hit anybody, you're going to have to just go bam, 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 bam. And then you're good for about 10 or 12 seconds of hitting everybody for about, I don't know, 4x damage or some shit. Like, I don't even know what the damage is. Doesn't really matter. It's enough to where, fuck it, you don't even need to talk about it anymore, right? So upgrading these is cool because this gives you an extra 5 seconds of this, but it only lasts 15 seconds. This lasts 15 seconds. It's a 10% upgrade, but it's also an AoE upgrade. So I would probably take that second. And the first thing I would do is use this if you're going to use it. It only lasts 10 seconds, but what it does do is it does reduce your health right out the chute. So you're actually injured going into the fight. So you're actually getting some bonus from this. and it lasts 10 seconds, all this does is allows you to use it more often. Doesn't really matter. You want to use this shit in a combo anyway. You don't need this shit cooling down in 5 seconds when everything else takes 15 to 20 to 30 seconds to cool down. If you're going to use shit in a combo, just use everything at once, and the rest of the time, just do your thing. Now, if you're producing haste for yourself, remember, your mages are going to produce haste for you. If you can be cognizant enough and be familiar enough with your buttons, you can actually take a mage haste and avoid barrage and just activate the other 3 abilities. And then when haste wears off, activate barrage. Hopefully it's on cooldown, and you can activate the rest of it with barrage. As soon as barrage is up, guess what you got again from your mages? Haste. So I'm not saying you can haste 100% of the time, but you can haste a good percent of the time. And haste wins the fight all the time in Dragon Age. So like it's a really good synergy, a really good combo. That's how Berserk works with Reaver. There's really no room for Templar in any of that shit. Anyway, so we're level 8. We're going to hit level 13 at the end of the Deep Roads. So that gives us 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus this point, plus 2 that we can buy. So that gives us 8 points to spend. What can we actually realistically do with 8 points? And what would be the best to take early? So you've got creating staggers, which is amazing, until you get to the Rock Wraith. And the Rock Wraith is immune to electric, so that doesn't matter, but it's great on our way there. So I'm taking that. There's only one more point that we actually need here, and that's this. Because this increases this damage. 46 plus 46 is 92. This increases this damage by 50%. This is the equivalent of a 2-hander ability in terms of damage. Anyway, so we're definitely going to want that, but I want to create staggers. We need this, right? And then, so that's 8. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus 2. That's 7 more points that we have to spend going into the Deep Roads. So we can just, like, take a look at it. I really probably want to upgrade this because it makes it last 50% longer. I wouldn't mind this critical chance here. But I really want to sail as well. I would like to work on that combo. So let's just say 7 more points. That takes level 9. 1, 2, 3? Four, 5, 6, 7. There's that. Or if we don't want the full combo, we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could like totally fill up this tree and not really do anything with the Reaver tree. We could do that too. I'm not really sure. It's either way. I mean, honestly, like this, like I say, this fluctuate. This sounds amazing, and it is at times if you're like seriously wounded. But outside of that, it doesn't really do anything for you. What you really want in this tree is this. 30% attack speed on enemy death. That's like almost instant, like half haste. And then if you add haste on top of that, then you add barrage on top of that, you're going like 1.5 haste at that point. And dude, it's hard to press the button that fast. It really actually is. Like, the faster you press the button, you just see people just melt. Like, dude, the animations can't even keep up with it. That's how gangster this game is, right? But you're not getting here. I mean, you're not. That says level 13, but you're not getting there unless you put everything into this, and don't spend anything on anything else. Increasing the damage of your abilities and stuff, like this right here is the last point we need here. That's huge. That's level 10, so at level 9, what do? That's level 12. You could take that. You could take this. That's crit chance. Or you could wait on that. Wait till after the deep roads. Wait till Act 2. And just take your serious buffs. You really need this. You really need that. And we're going to be able to buy a couple points. I think we can get some Reaver stuff in there. I think the most important things, personally, are now that we got staggers out of the way, I think upgrading... this is our one offensive ability that actually does some, like, serious damage. And you can even capitalize on Varric's shit. Because Varric's about to be level 8. He's going to be able to disorient pretty much anything. And if your mages aren't there to capitalize on it, and he can use disorienting shot often. Much more often than your mage's shit can cool down. So you actually can pull this off every once in a while. But either way, it's still this. I mean, that's 128 damage right now. We're only level 8. That's a lot. That can one shot a lot of enemies without a crit. All right, so we got one more point to spend here. I seriously say we take that. And we can buy 2, so that doesn't even put us at level 9. But buy that at level 10. We definitely take both of these. That still leaves us at level 8. That's level 10. Well, we'll just have to figure it out. We might actually let a point ride for an entire level. Just to see where we're at. I mean, like, we can have this right now. Let's see. 1, 2. That's 5. Now, all we're going to be able to do is this. This is all I'm going to do. I'm going to do 1 at some point. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Shit, I might be able at 6. I got 7 levels coming. 1, 2. Hold on a second. 1, 2. 3, 4. 5. 6. Oh, hell yeah. I can do that too. 7. All right. Well, that'll give me stuff. All right. That's probably how we do that. We'll still get our critical chance too. That's cool. That'll give us some help against the Rock Wraith when we get there. Anyway, so that's a plot. And then once you get out of the deep roads, you'll hit 14 by killing the Rock Wraith. And then you go into Act 2, and then you start really just filling out your stuff. You fill out your Reaver tree. At level 14, you get to pick your second class. So you get to take Berserk. I'd probably fill out the Reaver tree anyway. Now, there's another way to do it, is don't ever take Berserk and just stay pure Reaver and put all your points into other basic stuff that increases your whatever. You can start using shit like Taunt and, things like that. Honestly, Berserk is just so synergetic with doing damage that it's hard not to do that. Even though it makes the game a little more, I don't know, hands-on, a little more micromanaging, it's still pretty amazing. I'll be back. What time is it? Bro, it's 5:30 in the morning. Well, no more sippies, man. All right, so we're gonna love talking about build theories, but yeah, man, the sun's about to be up, right? Let's finish this, and then if we go down and talk to Flemeth, she's gonna give us a shit ton of sovereigns too. Nice.
Love doing that.
Nice. Well, guys, I'm supposed to be off tonight. Unless they call me in, which I doubt, but, I mean, I guess it's possible. Oh, that's a good save. Dude, where's the dog at? What's the dog doing? Well, everybody's going to level after this, but I'd really like to have Goad here. Okay, probably a good idea to save, right? I'm not going to position anybody. We should just be able to do this. But this is how I figured out our last game. Not save file, but game file. The entire game itself was corrupted because this was unplayable, like literally unplayable. We'll see what happens here, but yeah, it was unplayable.
Here we go.
Andrews is killing itself. Andrews just standing there killing itself. I had to keep Anders from committing suicide. I'm glad Anders is dead. I'm really glad Anders is dead, but really glad Anders is dead, but
I think I broke every bone in my body.
y'all see how Anders just went in there and just stood there and said, "Rape my woke rainbow flag flying butthole," and just said, "Please kill me so I can be a martyr for evil." What the fuck? Why? Just because? Makes no goddamn sense at all. Anyway. That's not hard. That wasn't hard at all. Just Anders committed suicide at the exact wrong time. But it does that about 25% of the time. If you're having a problem because you're relying on Anders for heals and haste, if you just get wiped instantly for no fucking reason, no, there's a reason. Anders is the reason you got wiped. True story. True story. Anyway, we'll get enough money here to go get a point in something. Let Meryl do her, you know, elfie thing. Elfie shit.
Aharin amalana salin. Emma ira au bella seviranan. Isalahamin vinanhim dofilas. In usanera narivas.
Here we are.
Andaratishan Ashabalana.
One of the people. I see. So young and bright. Do you know who I am, beyond that title?
I know only a little.
Then stand.
So if the elves are the people, then who are just people? Not elves?
So refreshing to see someone who keeps their end of a bargain. I half expected my amulet to end up in a merchant's pocket.
I agreed to deliver the amulet, though you could have told me you were inside it.
Just a piece. A small piece. But it was all I needed. A bit of security, should the inevitable occur. And if I know my Morrigan, it already has.
Is that someone I should know?
She's a girl who thinks she knows what is what better than I or anyone. And why not? I raised her to be as she is. I cannot expect her to be less.
I'm not sure whether she's your daughter or your enemy.
Neither is she.
You have plans, I take it?
Destiny awaits us both, dear girl. We have much to do. Before I go, a word of advice. We stand upon the
Is it just me?
change.
Or should Flemeth's armor have been the champion armor?
Watch for that moment, and when it comes, do not hesitate.
I really want Flemeth's armor for a mage. Dude, if I could get Flemeth's armor, that's probably all I would play as a mage. Because that's some gangster shit right there. I'm just saying. That's the magiest mage armor I've ever seen in my life.
Cheap advice from a dragon.
We all have our challenges.
We all have our challenges.
I'm going to regret bringing her here.
Regret is something I know well. Take care not to cling to it. To hold it so close that it poisons your soul. When the time comes for your regrets, remember me.
Dude, she said so much there. I wish we could find out exactly what she's saying there later. But you don't. You don't get that.
Maseranus Ashabelana.
Fuck BioWare.
Now the time has come.
Letting a dude in a dress just confuse everything and make it all shit. Fucking figures. Just ridiculous. So sad, man. How much? 8 sovereigns. Holy shit. Alright, let's get everybody else leveled up. Varric needs this badly. Still got a decent attack chance. That's not bad. Gotta have this. Now, once you have this, Varric's cool. It doesn't really matter what else you do. He has to have that. That comes at level 8. Everything else, kind of copacetic. Gotta have that. Don't really care what else, just gotta have that. Yeah, we're gonna have to come back here to Sundermount, but
Maserana's child, your debt is paid in full. It isn't too late to change your mind, Dalen.
Dareth Shiral, Keeper. I'm ready. Let's depart.
man, I really, really, really appreciate you guys hanging out and just chatting, man. Like seriously, it's just it's great stream. Yeah, it's friggin' Monday night, Tuesday morning too. You know, on Twitch, these were the deadest streams I ever did. When I come in Monday night, sometimes I'd be like, okay. And you know, I mean, if as long as somebody showed up to chat, but sometimes I'd stream for like 5 hours and nobody would even say hey.
Is this
type
really
thing.
where the elves
It would happen.
live?
Not always, but sometimes. And I'd be like, what is it about Mondays? Well, it's fucking Monday. Monday night, Tuesday morning, early work. I don't care where you're at in the world. You're probably just doing shit. No time to hang out on stream,
so many
right?
people in one place before.
Type of thing.
It seems so lonely.
But this for a Monday stream, the best Monday stream we've had in, I don't know, forever. Like seriously, forever. This is awesome.
You already know me. You'll make other friends soon enough.
Guy.
I think I'm gonna have to save and stop
Thank you
here
for everything.
for today.
For all your help.
Now the cool thing is,
Will you come visit me? Not now,
I
of
don't.
course.
I think I've got today off.
But maybe later.
I don't even have laundry to do today. I don't have shit to do today, so I can start stream earlier, later this afternoon. Give myself some time. I gotta go get something. I gotta go find something to eat. There's got to be something edible in my fridge, right? I think I can make a wrap or something. Anyway, but once I get up and get moving around, unless I have to do something today, I think I could start streaming earlier. And so instead of starting at like midnight, we can start like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 type, you know, something like that. We'll see, but I'll be able to stream longer anyway. If that's a good thing, well then, cool.
Of course.
I just need a cutoff point where I know exactly where I'm starting. Because I need to know what I've done and
Thank
haven't
you.
done.
Oh, I'm thanking you too much, aren't I? I mean it, though.
We're going to get Meryl in the party. Actually, we're going to put her in the party. Actually, at some point. Not now.
Good to see you again.
Your wife is over her sickness, I hope.
But let's see. So, we're going to have to deal with that. It's good to have Meryl in your party doing that quest right there. Honestly, Meryl instead of Anders. Because you don't want to do anything mage-friendly with Anders around. Because Anders misconstrues it and uses it as an opportunity to psychologically and probably even physically try to rape and molest you later. So, just take that thing out of the party. I just don't feel like respecking and building Meryl yet. Because I'm not going to use her. I'm not going to use her until Act 2. Actually, it's going to be like about a third of the way through Act 2 until she's viable to bring along. But it's good to take her.
My family there twice this year. What more does she want from
Open the wine bottle. Oh, that time? Not me, bro. I'm about to get off. It's like 6 in the morning here, dude. I know it's hell. Yeah, it's afternoon for you. I wish it was for me too, but yeah, I gotta get some rest at some point so I can
Busy today, I see.
kick the stream back up later tonight. I don't know if you'll still be up and around, but I plan on getting on earlier than later this afternoon, and then I don't know, just riding the horse until I fall off type thing. So yeah, you know, I really need a save point. This has got to be it. Yeah. Actually, would like to with you, but I don't know. I couldn't party for long anyway, so I guess there's no point.
It
I'll
goes, but I'm hoping for the best. Thank you for asking.
let me call it a day right here. Yeah, more for you. Yeah, there you go. I mean, shit, if you got a shit ton of it, unless you want to save it for, I don't know, this evening. Let's see. By the time I get on, oh man, it's gonna be somewhere around anywhere from midnight to like 3 in the morning. Yeah, you'll probably be asleep by then. But visit the optometrist. Well, nothing better than visiting the optometrist when you're just batshit crazy drunk. I mean, fuck it. What does it take for them to look at your eyeballs? Your eyeballs don't have to be steady. It's yeah, right. Might as well go in and have a good time. Talk shit to the optometrist, man. I mean, there might be a cute nurse. Hey, get bold. Next thing you know, you meet your future wife. You never know. It could happen. All right, brother, man. Thanks, man. And happy birthday again, dude. Happy birthday. And thanks for everybody supporting the stream tonight. That's been freaking awesome. But, I gotta get some food and some rest at some point. Might as well do it now. Honestly, I could probably stay up for like 2 or 3 more hours. And then if I did, my schedule would be like completely fucked. And then, yeah. Let me just get out of here. And I'll see you guys later on this afternoon. My time. Probably earlier than later. I don't know. But, yeah, James, man. The optometrist on your birthday. Well, I'd make some fun out of that shit if I were you. Just saying. But don't follow my bad advice because I'll just get you in trouble. So, yeah. A small fix on your glasses? Well, nothing about a small fix on your glasses that can't be made like a major thing with a couple bottles of wine. Just saying. If you want to make it like an international event. Yeah, no shit. All right, brother. We'll probably wish you a happy birthday tomorrow, too, or the next day, or whenever we see you. I know you told me you said you had, like, the rest of the week off, so we'll try to be around for that. Either way, if I don't see you, like, late tonight your time, I'll probably still be on, and if you're around, you can jump in and say, hey. If not, then, man, enjoy the rest of your week and your birthday and all that good shit. And try not to spend too much time at the optometrist on your fucking birthday. That's just saying. Unless there's like a club next door to the optometrist. Well then, yeah. Go do your thing. Go in there. Find a couple strippers and a pole. Start twerking and see where it goes from there. Don't do that, bro. Anyway, all right, let me get out of here, man. I could sit here and chat for another hour or more, and then, like I said, my schedule is just going to be completely fucked. I'm going to go find something to eat. I'm going to go make a wrap. I think I have some guacamole, roast beef, and some lettuce. And those wraps I was telling you about, those, like, yeah. I'm going to make 1 or 2 of those, and then I'll catch you guys tonight. If I have to run some errands, I'll be streaming as soon as I'm done. So I'm not going to schedule a particular time, but probably be, let's see, what time is it now? My time? 6 in the morning? Probably mid-afternoon. Somewhere between like 2 and 7. Ish. Well, that's not vague. Well, yeah, it's kind of vague, but somewhere in there. All right. Either way. And if I don't see you, then you guys have a good rest of your week and take care. And like I said, man, enjoy the rest of your birthday, James. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here.